Hi guys, that was like a lot.
Testing. Test. Oh. It was.
The screen you're on, you're hot.
Good evening, everybody. I'd like to welcome you and to the Sarasota County School Board meeting this Tuesday, August 19, 2025. Tonight, we begin again with our student representatives. Tonight's Alex Lineweber from Booker High School. She will be leading us in the pledge. If you would, please stand, remove your hat, put your phone on silent for the presentation of the colors by the Booker High School JROTC. Opposed. Colors. Preset. Arms. Order. Arms. About face. Forward. March. Everyone, please be seated. Tonight, during our monthly arts highlight, we really have a treat for everybody tonight. Tonight, Andrei Padkovsky from Venice High School is a 15-year-old violinist originally from Lviv, Ukraine. Obviously, you can see my Ukrainian is pretty good. He began studying violin at 6. He's won competitions in the Ukraine, Poland, and the Czech Republic. Andre last performed for us 2 years ago as an 8th grader and is now in 10th grade at Venice High School playing at the VHS Orchestra under Christopher Riley. Andre studies privately with Marcus Ratzenbach with additional support from pianist Donna Smith. Recent achievements include winning the Sarasota Orchestra Young Artists Competition in both junior and senior divisions, placing top 3 at the Sarasota Music Conservatory competition and earning the Venice Musical Scholarship for 3 years. He also performs with the Sarasota Youth Orchestra, Strings Con Brio, and the All-State Orchestra, and he has served as concert master at FSU's Summer String Orchestra Camp. He is supported tonight by Principal Koresli and AP Tanaka. Tonight, he will perform a solo violin rendition of Kreisli's Preludium. Let's please welcome Andre. Absolutely amazing. Tonight, as we stated, our student rep is Alex Lineweber. She's at Booker High School. Welcome, Alex. If you would, please tell us a little bit about yourself, and thank you for joining us here tonight at the school board.
Hi, I'm Alex Lineweber. I am a senior at Booker High School, and I am a College for Every Student Brilliant Pathways Student Ambassador. This means that during my school day, for one period, I sit in the college and career room, and I help students prepare to go off to their post-secondary project. I help students either apply to colleges, apply for scholarships, or even create resumes so that they are college and career ready once they graduate. I am also captain of the varsity girls basketball team, and I am president of the senior class. I'm a part of the visual performing arts program at Booker, more specifically the music department. I play bass guitar, drums, piano, and I sing. I also recently received my ACE diploma with merit, which has allowed me to become a dual enrolled student through Booker High School with the State College of Florida. This allows me to get ahead on my future and receive some college credits before I graduate. In the future, I plan on going to a 4-year university where I am then able to go to medical school, as my passion is medicine and I hope to one day become a surgeon. Booker has helped me already start this passion, as I am a part of the Medics Club at Booker. I am the co-president of the Medics Club. We are able to volunteer with the blood drive and tell other students about different medical careers that they can go into. I am also a part of the FSU S-Stride program at Booker High School. This partnership allows me to have a mentor at FSU who's a part of the medical program. They tell me about all the different ways that I can get ahead and the ins and out of pre-med and medical school that you wouldn't receive from Google. Of course, I will be applying to Florida State University, but I'll also be applying to University of Florida,
Boo.
University of Maryland, Johns Hopkins University, and Brown University. Thank you for allowing me to talk.
Well, a couple of things I do know. I see your proud principal is here. I think that's amazing. But I also know that your parents are super committed to education and are unbelievable people. And I can see why you are the same way. So that's really was amazing. And the best part was all the FSU references. I did appreciate that a lot. I see. Thank you for the Knowles in the back. With that, I gave you a certificate of appreciation, and we thank you, and we only can hope you have the very, very best, and then you come back to Sarasota when you get done and you're a doctor. We appreciate it.
We'll need her. Yeah.
Yes. So you play bass, you play guitar, you play the drums, you sing. Piano? Okay. All right. Still stuck in that. All right. We'll go ahead and move forward in reference to the agenda. If I would, I please a motion and a second to adopt the agenda with the posted additions after the publication. Item 3.1, Sarasota County School Board approved the August 9th agenda as submitted on August 12th, 2025, with the following changes. Human Resources, an addendum was added to the Human Resources Instructional Classified Personnel Report. Academics, the Light Share Behavioral Wellness, Inc. Drug-Free Youth Program contract has been removed. May I get a motion, please?
So moved.
A motion by Ms. Ziegler, second. Second by Ms. Marinelli. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Let's go ahead and we'll take a voice vote. Ms. Barker?
Yes.
Ms. Marinelli?
Yes.
Ms. Ziegler?
Yes.
Ms. Edwards?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes, so motion carries 5-0. Next on to the superintendent's report. Superintendent Connor, please.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you after almost 2 weeks of school starting. It's been a great opening We're really excited about all that is taking place across our district. And I can tell you, Dr. Shelley, I don't know what you're going to do once Alex leaves you. She is the head of everything here at Booker High School. So good luck in finding those replacements. But it is students like you, Alex, that really make this a joy to do each and every day, to see the aspirations being fulfilled in your future. So that's great. As we look towards the superintendent's report tonight, I want to start with the consent agenda highlights. Each meeting, we look at the consent agenda through the lens of an overview of just some items that we want to draw attention to the public so that you're aware of. The first is a combination of items. Items 9.1, 9.2, 9.9, and 9.15 are actually all affiliation agreements between us, and the school board, and several colleges: Tallahassee State College, Florida Gulf Coast University's Counseling Department, New York University, and St. Petersburg College. This is going to allow us to continue to expand our field experiences, classroom observations, and internships for prospective students. And so we always want to recruit from all across the nation. And so we keep adding to our portfolio of affiliation agreements with universities and colleges in order to do so. So thankful for that. When you look at 9.3, this is a data sharing agreement. Anytime that we bring data sharing agreements, I like to draw that to the attention of the public. This is between UF Lassinger Center and the New Worlds Reading Initiative and Florida Tutoring Advantage, which is all funded by state legislation. This DSA will broaden our current DSAs to be inclusive of the data that's needed for the additional responsibilities that were approved by the legislature this school year. 9.7 is the approval of the recommended grades 1 through 3 English Language Arts Intervention instructional materials. And so that will amount in the dollars of $421,042.17. Item 9.8 is an interagency agreement approval between the school board and Empath Stratum Inc., also known as Blue Butterfly. I've had the chance to visit this facility and the work that's happening there, and they're doing some amazing work with grief counseling for children. If they lose a parent, a sibling, a close relative, there are resources to help students cope with that through the loss of a family member. And they do work with students age 5 to 18, all through parental consent. 9.10 is the approval of the agreement between SimCorps and the School Board of Sarasota County. Excited about this partnership. I want to thank Mr. Edwards, who's been vital in working with David Shapiro, who is the owner of SimCorps Productions, as well as Suncoast Technical College and Booker High School, who this collaboration is really going to launch a digital cinema career certificate program. And we're going to be one of the first to do that, and we're really excited about that. Item 9.20 and 9.25 are the approval of computer equipment, peripherals, and services, as well as flooring materials and related supplies. I did want to highlight these two items because they are large ticket items, but this will provide our IT department the ability to buy a range of technology equipment on this particular bid, as well as flooring needs across the district, not to exceed $3 million and $4 million respectively. 9.27 is the approval of services agreements between Sarasota County and Who We Play For, Inc. You may not have heard this in all of the hubbub of recently passed legislation, but there is new legislation that requires student athletes in high school to have an EKG as a part of their physical examination. We know that that's been a long-standing practice, is to have a physical before you try out. The addition to that will now be students will be required at least the first time in high school. So if they're an incoming freshman, they have never played sports before, they will need to be screened. And we have a contract that we're going to, an agreement with Who We Play For, Inc., that will provide this service to us throughout the year at $20 per screening. And we also will have some additional provisions for students who may be struggling to pay those fees. And so we're excited about being able to offer that. And I think we're really kind of the first out of the gate across the state of Florida to get this set up so quickly. So thank you to Mr. Parento, who's been working on that. Item 9.29 is the approval of the amended Sarasota-Charlotte Student Exchange and Transportation Agreement. There's been a long-standing agreement between us and Charlotte County as it relates to the attendance boundaries for Inglewood elementary students, as well as that whole inset down there in that part of the county where we've got students going to Lemon Bay, LA Anger, and other schools across the district lines. And so what this is going to do is revise that agreement to allow the students who are currently living in Sarasota County, attending Lemon Bay, with the opening of Welling Park next year, those students will now be coming back to us, and we'll be providing transportation for students in that area who attend Welling Park. This does not change the agreement between elementary or middle school students. That will continue to remain the same as it always has. So this is the consent agenda highlights. The next thing we want to highlight, and we've been putting this out on social media multiple times and will continue to do so, is our upcoming Insight Community Connection, which is our live Q&A with the school board and the superintendent. That will be coming Wednesday, September 3rd at 6 p.m. at Woodland Middle School. Continuing our path down in South County, we started this at Heron Creek at the end of last year. We're going to continue to be down in South County for this event, and we encourage all to participate. And it's hard to believe that we're already coming up on Labor Day, but I want to remind there is no school on Labor Day on Monday, September 1st, which is just around the corner. And that is the report for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Connor. As we continue to move forward, we're next up on the agenda is public comments regarding to the agenda item. Ms. Tompkins will call your name. You'll also see that there will be a 3-minute timer. I do know that we have quite a few people that are scheduled to speak on the agenda. Please, as you will, stay to the item that you've had and make sure, if you could, because of the amount of people, we stay within the time range. Ms. Tompkins, please.
Thank you, Chair. The first person tonight is Christy Carwat, followed by Carol Lerner.
Good evening. I am Christy Carwat, a retired Sarasota County teacher, a mother of 2 former students, and a grandmother of a kindergartner. I'm here tonight to encourage you to vote against the revised wording of the Student Code of Conduct Policy 2.71. I know from previous meetings that 3 of you have already made up your minds to vote for this revision, and that this public comment part of the meeting is ours. No matter how many of your constituents take the time to come out and share their research and thoughts, and no matter how much credible data is presented, you will not vote to keep the safety, welfare, and academic success of all students first and foremost. Robin, Tim, and Bridget, you have proven time and again that politics come before students. But I will never stop advocating for the safety and welfare and academic success of the students in our school system. But I am still hoping that Robin, you and Tim will reconsider your votes, because I think you two really do care about our public school students. You've proven that. Some people will accuse me of being here to promote an agenda, the LGBTQ plus agenda, whatever that even is. They're right about one thing. I do have an agenda, and that agenda is to ensure the safety and success of all students in our schools. I have taken the time to research whether the enumeration of certain groups and policy has an impact on their safety, and I want to share some of that research with you. According to the NIH, keeping enumerated LGBTQ plus students as a protected class is essential for several reasons. It creates supportive context for all youth, fostering a safe environment where LGBTQ plus students feel valued and respected. Such policies help educators and school personnel understand and support the needs of LGBTQ plus students, reducing bullying and promoting inclusion. It empowers LGBTQ students to feel safe and valued, which is crucial for their overall well-being and educational success. So Tim and Robin, if you want to prove that you truly put this, the safety and success of all students before politics, you will vote no on this revision. To vote yes is to demonstrate that pleasing a particular party and its leaders is more important than the safety of all students in Sarasota County schools. The research overwhelmingly proves it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carol Lerner and Jules Rain.
Good evening. I'm speaking on Carol Lerner. I'm speaking on behalf of Support Our Schools. We are urging the board to vote no on agenda item 10.3 that would strip the enumerated protected classes from the Student Code of Conduct. And then there are other anti-discrimination policy documents also. These agenda items distract from what should be the real work of the school board in this period of budget crises. The original U.S. Constitution did not give right to any specific classes of people. A good part of the history of our nation has been based on a struggle to secure equal rights for people of color, women, people with disabilities, and most recently the LGBTQ plus community, plus many others. Not through abstractions like, quote, all, unquote, but through concrete amendments to our Constitution, Supreme Court rulings, and federal legislation. It is the naming and the enumeration of these rights for specific groups of marginalized people that has been key in securing rights. For example, in our Declaration of Independence, it is stated that all men are created equal. Yet that statement was false in 1776 because 20% of the population were enslaved and had no rights, let alone equal rights. But over the years, Black and brown Americans gained rights and concrete protections. Still, it took nearly 100 years after the ratification of the 14th Amendment with the passage of the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act that further secured these rights and protections, which today are sadly being eroded. What does all of this have to do with the district's student code of conduct and other discrimination policies? In our schools, removing protected classes will take the teeth out of anti-bullying policies. Last month, you heard students speak from their hearts about how the removal of protected classes from district documents would be frightening to them. It also introduces subjectivity around the interpretation of bullying, perhaps setting up the district for lawsuits. And if a student takes their life and is one of the protected classes, it would be a very dangerous situation for the district. The big question I have for school board members who are supporting these changes is why? I understand that Mr. Duggan recommended these changes to prevent retaliation from state and federal government, but should policies be made based on fear? The fact that only 5 of 67 districts are making these changes shows that this move is unnecessary and a distraction from the school board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jules Rain, followed by Casanova Doherty.
Good evening. My name is Jules Rain. I'm with Equality Florida. I'm here to ask you to vote no on the proposed policy changes outlined in agenda item 10.2. These changes are not required by any state or federal law, and the community is overwhelmingly against them. At the last school board meeting, we had over 40 speakers speak out against these proposed policy changes and only 2 in favor. So by a margin of 20-1, the community is against these policy changes. These changes would make students less safe in school, and not just LGBTQ students, because this is not just an LGBTQ issue. This affects every kind of marginalized student in your schools. We've had so many organizations speak against these proposed policy changes, including the NAACP, the Suncoast Jewish Alliance, the Florida PTA, Penn Sarasota, and not to mention the Southern Poverty Law Center, Equality Florida, Progress Florida, and Voices of Florida Fund. So, and not to mention also numerous Christian faith groups. So not just the LGBTQ issue, this affects all marginalized students. 3 of you who voted for these policy changes at the last school board meeting said in your comments to the public that that all means all. And that when you put in language that says we protect all students, it means all. But we all just recited the Pledge of Allegiance, and the last words of that pledge is liberty and justice for all. And when Francis Bellamy wrote that pledge in 1892, women could not vote. Segregation and racial inequality were the law of the land. And do you think to him, do you think to those people that liberty and justice for all to them? It didn't back then, it doesn't now. And in 1963, when Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King gave his I Have a Dream speech, he specifically referenced the Declaration of Independence. And he said the following about it. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. This was written at a time in our country's history when men and women could legally be considered slavery. We had to spell out the protections to erase slavery, to end racial inequality, to guarantee civil rights, and end segregation. Enumerated protections keep people safe, they ensure our rights, and they will keep your students safer in schools. Mr. Enos, you're leaving to become chief of Sarasota School Police, and one of your responsibilities is student safety. So if you want to keep students safe, keep protective language in place and vote no on these policy changes.
Thank you.
Casanova Doherty and Avery Cole.
Oh my goodness, sorry. My name is Casanova Doherty. I'm a recent graduate of Sarasota County Schools. I trust you remember I spoke at the board meeting on July 22nd in opposition of the change of code of conduct, as did many others. I come to tell you once again, vote no on agenda item 10.2. This is the last thing I ever wanted to have to come up and talk about again in a room full of my community members, especially when there's so many more important things that we need to be talking about. Last time I came before you and spilled my guts as exactly the kind of kid that this policy would affect. I told you exactly why it should not be passed, and I feel last time that my words were a bit twisted into being utilized to say the policy didn't work, so I'm going to clarify. The bullying in my case started properly in second grade, I believe before the policy was ever enacted. It got bad enough to the point where I first attempted to take my life in 7th grade in 2018 when I was 12. And it ended when I left physical school in the 23-24 school year. It continued, yes, through the policy, but that doesn't mean the policy didn't work. Something doesn't have to be perfect for it to be working. There will be people that slip through the cracks in any system, no matter what. The point is that if specific enumeration is rolled back, you are allowing more cases like mine to happen. If you pass this, there will be more like me because it does work. If this was really about inclusivity, you would phrase the language as all students, including these specifically enumerated classes, instead of just removing all specific language in one case and stripping them of just your queer and trans students in just another. If I'm being bullied for being trans, if someone tries to push me, which actually happened down the stairs, and says, people like you deserve to die, they should be punished specifically for that, and not just said, you can't bully people. They should be, you can't attempt to hurt someone for being trans. Because that's the issue at heart. If we don't address the core problem, kids will be hurt, and as a board, I know that is the last thing you want. I know what I'm talking about. I know how the kids in your schools can behave. I know how it can destroy someone. Please just listen to me. Again, I don't want to be here talking about this. I don't like crying at your podium in front of everybody, but I need to be sure that you're committed to protecting your students, including the ones like me. Please show me that you care and change your decision and vote no on the policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Avery Cole and Deb Hayes.
Good evening. My name is Avery Cole. First, I think Cass speaks for all of us, so I'm going to try to top that, but I don't think I can. I'm a junior at high school, speaking on agenda item 10.2, policy 207.1. God. Last board meeting, you heard from the students, parents, former educators, former students, and the community asking you not to change the student code of conduct. Today, that change may become official. It's been 4 months of us sharing our voices and our stories, and yet it feels like we're being ignored by most of this board. I, for one, have been genuinely terrified for the last 4 months thinking of what would happen if this change occurs. Speaking from experience, it is very comforting that if I am harassed or, God forbid, I am assaulted for being gay, my administration can point to the policy and say, you bullied the student because he's gay, and you broke the policy, and now you must face the consequences of your actions. It may be just one word, but that word can make a difference in the lives of students for better or for worse. I implore you to vote no on this policy change for the sake of the students like me. You can choose to protect the students or to play politics. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deb Hayes and Lucas Carpenter.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, and council. My name is Deb Hayes, speaking as a concerned community member on agenda items 10.2 and 10.3. First, I like to say, Tim, I wish you the best in your new position. I know it's a big one, and I know a lot of people are very supportive of you. I have little to add to input that you received regarding these issues over the past several months. You have heard from parents, teachers, counselors, psychologists, faith leaders, physicians, scientists, and particularly students. They have all stated with great clarity the need for specifically enumerated groups of vulnerable individuals, anti-discrimination policies, and codes of conduct. They have provided this board not only personal testimony, but credible research, historical perspectives, legal understandings, and even examples of how specific language is critical when litigious or controversial issues arrive. There's nothing left to say. It's all there on the record. The issue at hand really started with appearing to target LGBTQ population, but quickly advocates from the NAACP and others, as was previously mentioned, brought their concerns to the board in terms of the specific enumeration being helpful to their vulnerable populations as well. While the goal of being inclusive of all students in anti-discrimination and anti-bullying is absolutely where we need to be, it doesn't take into account that the reality is still there, that populations are still experiencing explicit discrimination and harassment on a daily basis. With the data and the testimony that has now been presented to the board, I would argue that removal of enumerated classification greatly increases the district's vulnerability to litigation and other harms, as well as intended as all administrators and other staff may be in trying to deal with discrimination. Individual determinations and understandings and interpretations will lead to inconsistent compliance and actions with different vulnerable groups. It's really my personal opinion that with all the pleas, the research, and public testimony that has come before the board, that the retention of enumerated population in those policies and procedures would be in the district's best interest. And I would certainly ask that the board vote no on the changes that are being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lucas Carpenter and Lila Newcomb.
Hello, my name is Lucas Carpenter, and I'm a senior at Suncoast Polytechnical High School. I would like to take a look in the Student Code of Conduct. Florida Statute 784.0481D is defined by assessor reporting guidelines. Any threatening, insulting, or dehumanizing gesture or data or computer software or written, verbal, or physical conduct that places a student or employee in reasonable fear of having the effect of substantially interfering with a student's educational performance, opportunities, or benefits, end quote. The definition of dehumanizing is to deprive a person or group of positive human qualities. I would say that my trans identity and inherent gender beliefs are a positive human quality. I'm living my life in a way that does not only not harm others, but brings me immense joy and an environment where I'm respected by my peers for who I am and who I want to become. Thus, positive. Are you with me so far? Then why are you removing my privilege to express my gender identity by using the bathroom I identify with? You are distracting us from our learning and distracting yourselves from the issues that require your attention. We were never the problem. I would like to request a town hall to discuss important matters such as the Student Code of Conduct. Action over distraction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lila Newcomb and Sonia Howman.
Welcome back.
And it's Leela Newcomb, Grandma, on item 10.3. I'm going to change up a little bit and appeal to your compassion with a quote from a scientific paper on this subject. And I do assume that nobody on the dais is of the belief I heard recently that science is some kind of leftist propaganda. Hope not. If you know a bit about biology, you'll probably say that biological sex is caused by chromosomes, XX in your female, XY in your male. That is chromosomal sex, but is it biological sex? Well, it turns out there's only one gene on the Y chromosome that really matters to sex. It's called the SRY gene. During human embryonic development, the SRY protein turns on male-associated genes. Having an SRY gene makes you genetically male, but is this biological sex? So, sometimes the SRY gene pops off the Y chromosome and over to an X. So, surprise. Now you've got an X with an SRY and a Y without an SRY. What does this mean? A Y with no SRY means physically you're female, chromosomally you're male, and genetically you're female, no SRY. I've lost my place here. Anyway, biological sex is simple, right? There must be another answer. Sex-related genes ultimately turn on hormones in specific areas of the body and reception of those hormones by cells throughout the body. So is this the root of biological sex? Hormonal male means you produce normal levels of male-associated hormones, except some percentages of females will have higher levels of male hormones than some percentages of males. Ditto, female. And if you're developing, your body may not produce enough hormones for your genetic sex, leading you to be genetically male or female, chromosomal male or female, hormonally non-binary, and physically non-binary. So, confused? Yes, me too. My eyes are rolling. Bottom line, why would you not want to offer to give extra protection to this, albeit small but very vulnerable segment of the population? I didn't know any trans people up until recently, but now I know a bunch of them, and they are some fabulous people. Let's keep them safe, please. And open your minds. Obviously, I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sonia Howman and Stephen Russell.
Green, yeah? Okay. Thank you, School Board and Superintendent, for allowing me to speak. I'm Sonia Howman, a Christian mom of 4 public school graduates and a retired physician. I'm speaking today in strong opposition of the changes to Code of Conduct. Please vote no on 10.2. First, I have to say I'm so very tired, and I bet you are too. Since the beginning of this summer, I was eager to partner with you on the budget deficit. And every month I say, surely they're done distracting with political performances and these silly culture wars. Surely the board will stop using queer students as political punching bags. But boy, was I wrong. Do you have any idea how soul-crushing it is to sit here and listen to some of the most smart and articulate young people, their parents, their grandparents, their teachers, lining up month after month to plead with you for their safety? To tell you that their decisions are injuring them, and hear you say, no, they're not. As a physician, I was taught to follow the data, and here the data is absolutely crystal clear. It shows that enumerated protections will improve student well-being, attendance, academic performance, and isn't that what we all want for our children? As well as decrease suicide in attempts. It turns out that scientific research shows us that general protections, such as all students, do not do this. You've heard this repeatedly. You cannot unhear it. Doctors are taught you ignore the data and best practices at your own peril. Should something go wrong, you own it for life, as will you. So let me say this as plainly as I can. LGBT students exist. It doesn't matter if you approve. It doesn't matter if you acknowledge them. They are here. It's not for me to judge. If you vote for these changes, you'll be legitimately voting to harm students. Now, my faith commands me to speak for the marginalized. I know that no matter how hard I pray, it's not going to make your heart grow 3 sizes today, and you may not suddenly learn to love others as yourself as Jesus commands. But we do have a common goal here, and that is safe, healthy, and academically outstanding schools. And please remember that even a cursory study of recent history demonstrates that administrations that roll back civil rights, that ban books, and that act to punish their own constituents are universally reviled in time, particularly in the United States. I want you to think about segregation. I want you to think about McCarthyism. And please know that with every cycle of history, that old long mark of the or moral universe bends just a little more towards justice. And I want you to know that you will be remembered in history, and not for the least, for the impact you have on these students right here, right now. So please, vote for the safety of students that you're sworn to protect. Please, vote no on 10.2.
Thank you.
Stephen Russell and Laura Nelson.
Hello, Steve Russell. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm here to oppose 10.2, the proposed changes to the Student Code of Conduct. Last meeting, it was brought up that all covers everything. Why do specific protections need to be enumerated? July 4th, 1776, preamble to the U.S. Constitution, all men are created equal. It took black men and women nearly 100 years and amendments to be freed, become U.S. citizens, and be granted the right to vote. How do you think they feel about that all? Do you think that covers them? It took 100 years and the Voting Rights Act to actually give them a more solid right to vote. So 200 years from 1776. Right now, currently in Texas, they're trying to suppress the voices of minorities by gerrymandering their voices, by gerrymandering their districts and taking away their representation in Congress. Does all mean everyone to everybody? I don't think so. Women's suffrage. Women did not have the right to vote until it was ratified on August 18, 1920, the 19th Amendment. It was reality for most women. It was not a reality of most women of color until the passing of the Voting Rights Act in 1965. 2025, the gender pay gap is 17%. Women earn 17% less than men on average for the same job with the same qualifications. Currently, women do not have autonomy over their own bodies in the U.S. All means everybody, right? How's that working out for women in our country over the years and currently? Asian immigrants do not naturalize and gain full citizenship and participate in elections until it was enumerated in the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952. During and after COVID-19, hate crimes rose against them due to negative rhetoric by our politicians. All means all, right? I don't think so. LGBTQ individuals. Hate crimes have gone up substantially against them due to negative rhetoric from all our politicians and the meaningless culture wars pushed in our country to distract from the real issues of today. If their protections are not specified in writing, they are less safe, period. Mr. Honor, during last meeting, you cited a low number of incidents of bullying reported against LGBTQ students for the 2024-2025 school year. A student stood up here and told you there were more students present in the room that night that reported being bullied than was in reports. There's clearly a lack of following protocol and reporting these bullying incidents by teachers and/or administrators. Mr. Enos, you have more than 30 years of law enforcement experience, 22 years with schools, and a prior tenure as chief of police with the Sarasota County Schools Police Department. You're as chief again. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Please vote no.
Laura Nelson and India Miller.
Hello, my name is Laura Nelson. I am a retired community member of Sarasota. I'm here this evening to request the board's consideration to vote no on agenda item 10.2 and the subsequent outcome of 10.3 with the Code of Student Conduct. Agenda items within 10.2 removes critical language from these district policies and replaces such with all. All emphasizes the entirety of a group of individuals and means that entire group without exception. However, all does not address as humans are natural biases, whether conscious or unconscious, where we have a tendency to favor a person or a group, often in an unfair way, leading to prejudice. Prejudices are often formed without sufficient knowledge or reasons leading to discrimination, social injustice, and harmful actions against individuals and groups. By replacing specific language with just the word all, the school board is losing the affirmations that protect students from bullying, harassment, and discrimination. By stripping out these explicit references to race, religion, disability, gender identity, sexual orientation, and other characteristics, the district risks creating confusion, not safety. Knowing that as humans, we have a tendency of biases and prejudices. Tonight, you as a board can address these institutional biases and require clearly stated policy that will not perpetuate inequality. Making these changes as outlined in the proposed policies of 2.71, 2.71A, and 2.73, the school board is actively engaging in removing protections that safeguard our marginalized student groups. Removing protect terms from the student code of conduct doesn't eliminate the responsibility to protect students, it just makes it harder to do so. Policies that clearly say who is protected aren't about politics, they're about keeping our kids safe. As a community, we don't want politics, we want policies that work. I'm asking tonight for you to please vote no on the entirety of the agenda item 10.2. Thank you.
Thank you.
India Miller and Elizabeth Braden.
Hi, I'm India Miller. I'm a very openly proud queer trans woman, and more importantly, a really kind, decent human being. Removing enumerated protections for LGBTQ, trans, and queer kids, and only for those kids, only LGBTQ, trans, and queer kids in anti-bullying school policies sends a very clear message, and it's proven to increase the instances of bullying. I can think of 45 million reasons why we shouldn't be using vague language and terms like all and everyone hurts the kids you're interested to protect. We have bigger fish to fry. Bullying thrives in silence, and it thrives in vagueness. One doesn't have to think very hard to understand that these kids, as well as adults, have been disproportionately bullied, harmed, killed, and lost to suicide throughout history, and they are today possibly more than ever. If I thought anything I did or said could make a child want to end their life, I would take a really hard, honest look at myself and what I'm doing. Clear policies that specifically acknowledge these students sends a powerful message. You belong here and we will stand with you. Pretending these realities don't exist by erasing them from policy does not make students safer. It just makes schools and all of you complicit in their harm. Explicit protections are not about special treatment. Other schools aren't doing this. They're about equal treatment. If you're a part of a group that is disproportionately targeted, naming you in policy is the only way to ensure the rules actually apply to you. Without that clarity, students and staff are left guessing whether harassment will be taken seriously, and very often it is not. Every child has the right to learn in an environment where they feel safe, valued, and respected. Policies that name and protect marginalized students aren't just words on paper. They're promises, they're commitments. And when those promises are broken, the most vulnerable young people pay the highest price, even their very lives. I want us to get to a place where we truly put kids before politics, and we work together to get to a place where we remember that children have rights and parents have responsibilities. Only 5 of over 60 Florida school boards are trying to do this. Why us? Communities all around us looked at it and said we don't need to. Tim and Robin, I'm really hoping you might support this. I mean, I think you really, truly do care about kids. Liz, thank you for being there. Tom, thank you for being there. Please protect these kids. I mean, I can't even describe the bullying that a kid like me went through, and that was before we had people advancing political agendas that harm us. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Braden and Reverend Jay Woolen.
Hello, my name is Betsy Braden. I'm a community member. My 2 kids graduated from Florida Public Schools. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I'd like to speak about agenda item 10.2 and 10.3, which should not be adopted. These agenda items remove language naming protected classes, such as race, gender identity, sexual orientation, and disability, and replaces specific protections with vague phrases that limit accountability. Last month at the board meeting, despite 38 speakers opposing and only 2 approving these agenda items, the board passed these agenda items anyway. Tonight, you have come to finalize this vote, removing enumerated protections. Removing enumerated protections is a political choice that will directly harm students and is not a legal requirement. Surrounding counties have not voted to do this. Currently, Sarasota faces a $45 million funding shortfall from state voucher expansion and other pressures. This board thinks it's more important to focus on culture wars by discriminating against marginalized students. You are laying off janitors, buses are running late, but hey, let's distract the public from real issues and beat up on students we were hired to protect. You all still have a chance to do the right thing and vote against this and protect all students. I appreciate Ms. Baker and Mr. Edwards voting against it last month. Now that Mr. Enos is leaving to serve as school police chief, he can be proactive by voting against this agenda item. This will cut down on future bullying against the marginalized students and make his future job a little easier. Thank you.
Thank you.
Reverend Woolen and Rana Bizzini.
Good evening. I'm Reverend Jay Woolen, minister of the Unitarian Universalists of Sarasota. Unitarian Universalism calls us to affirm the inherent worth and dignity of every person, and especially to protect the most vulnerable among us. I am here to stand against the changes to policy 2.71. They remove clear and inclusive language that have long affirmed and protected students from harassment and discrimination. As a minister, I've heard firsthand from families, both parents and children, who face bullying, fear, and exclusion. The clear enumerated protections in these policies have been a lifeline. To erase them now would not reduce the presence of LGBTQ students or students of color or Jewish or Muslim or students with disabilities. It would only make them more vulnerable. So the data is clear. Schools with clearly defined inclusive policies see less bullying, higher student safety, and better academic outcomes. Vague statements like all students fail to provide clarity that the educators need or the trust that the students deserve. This is not a legal mandate. This is a political reaction, and Sarasota can do better. You as board members, you have the power to protect the children, not abstractly, but by name, right? You have power to do the moral, the right thing. And I urge you to not roll back the wording that keeps our students safe. Let us be a district known for courage, not capitulation. Let us be a district known for inclusion and not exclusion. Just as the Hebrew scriptures, God tells humans to name everything. So let us specifically name what matters. It is by naming things that we hold them up as important. So let us support those who are most vulnerable among us. Let's name them. And just like Sunday morning, I end on time. Amen.
Thank you.
Rana Bizzini and Thomas Raxis.
Good evening. My name is Rana Bazzini, and I am a resident of Sarasota. I have no children, and I have no grandchildren, but I think of all children as being my responsibility. First, I would like to thank Mr. Onus for his service on the school board and wish him well in his step forward, although it's sort of backwards in a way. And I promise to behave myself because I know you're going to be watching. 10 years ago, when Carol Lerner and a few of us started Protect Our Public Schools, which later merged to Support Our Schools, I thought covering school board meetings would be kind of boring. Boy, was I wrong. If I were rating school board meetings, I'd have to say the July 22nd meeting would be in the top 10. After the meeting, I sent an email to Superintendent, to the school board, and to Mr. Duggan. And I would like to quote from that email. The school board meeting of July 22nd was a sad example of our fractured community. Arguing about the meaning of words reminds me of that old adage, how many angels can fit on the hedge of a pin? The present language of the Code of Conduct to which that you will vote tonight enumerates 14 to 16 categories, depending on how one counts. As Michelle Posey poignantly stated, that doesn't even cover everyone. So let me propose the following wording for the Code of Conduct. Is it cumbersome? Yeah, but it checks all boxes. All students must be protected from harassment and bullying, including but not limited to, and then enumerate all of the ones that are in the present code. Many speakers before and after I speak and at other meetings have addressed this with intelligent and researched and personal anecdotes and accounts. Now, I'm pretty sure all of you listened, but did you pay attention? I hope that you will vote no tonight and consider my proposal for wording at a future board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas Raxis and Kennedy Cole. Kennedy Cole and Jamie Barrett.
One of the earliest mottos I remember learning in our school system 9 years ago in second grade was learning first, safety always. That phrase was imprinted upon every single teacher's badge in Sarasota and was mentioned to students on a regular basis. It instilled, at least in me, a feeling of safety in the school shootings and cyberbullying. That feeling of being safe at our schools is one every single student deserves from the second they step foot on our campus in the morning until the second the final bell dismisses them at the end of the day. The sad reality is, if these revised Code of Conduct changes pass here tonight, thousands of students across this district will feel less safe in school tomorrow than they did in school today. This isn't a matter of wording. It's not a matter of feeling. It's a matter of protecting the safety of our district's most vulnerable students. Students who are more likely to be bullied and discriminated against because of who they are will be less safe if you vote for this change. And I, for one, don't want to see my friends and fellow students go through that. On a lighter note, I want to say thank you to Mr. Enos for your time here on the school board, and I have faith you will continue to protect all students in your new old role. And I trust you even more to do so as a fellow Knowles fan. Thank you very much, and please vote no on the Code of Conduct changes.
Thank you.
Jamie Barrett and Julie Forrester.
So I want to make sure y'all can hear me tonight. Good evening. I'm Jane Merritt, and I would like to address agenda items 10.2 and 10.3 regarding the student code of conduct. I don't have any kids in school, but I care as a community member about our children's education. They are our future. I want the children to have the same opportunity I had after the generation before me fought for my rights. Last month, you said the numbers for bullying were low. We also heard that data doesn't reflect reports from students and teachers. Maybe the teachers took care of it in class and didn't report it. Or some didn't report it for different reasons you can only imagine. We had a room full of students here last meeting talk about being bullied. Don't they count? These changes aren't being made because of legal requirements. They're a reaction to shifting political climate that preys on fear and pressures school districts to back away from long-standing commitments to fairness and inclusion. Removing this language doesn't make marginalized students disappear. It only makes them more vulnerable. These students are already in our schools. Now more than ever, school districts should stand firm. Protecting all students means keeping clear, inclusive policies in place. Policies ensure every student is seen, supported, and safe. The majority of schools in Florida are keeping the code of conduct as is, but ours is questioning it. Why? This doesn't make sense. Mr. Enos, congratulations on your new job. I'm sorry you're stepping down on the school board, but with your new job as chief police of schools, I am concerned this will make your job harder. Please stand with us. Please don't know. We are focusing so much on the code of conduct, and we're not focusing on important issues like the budget. Stop distracting, start reacting. As adults, it is our job to protect the children. I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie Forrester and Mary Ginley.
Good evening, Board. I'm Julie Forrester, and I'm here to address items 10.2 and 10.3. I'll be honest with you, coming here again and again feels a lot like trying to convince my 4-year-old to clean his room. The parents in this room know what I mean. I'll ask once, twice, 3 times, and he'll look at me in the eye, grin, and go back to playing with his Hot Wheels. It is exhausting. If I just stand in the doorway and yell louder, nothing changes. What works is meet him where he is, looking him in the eye, and slowing down and having a real conversation about why it matters and how we can work together to make things better. That's what I'm trying to do here tonight. That's what we are all trying to do here tonight. To meet you where you are, look you in the eyes, and say, please listen. Listen to the students who are telling you what it feels like to wonder if the adults in charge will protect them. Listen to the parents, myself included, who are exhausted, begging you to preserve safeguards that tell our children their lives matter. At the last meeting, I heard some of you talk about financial risk. So I have to ask, what is a student's life worth? How do you calculate the value of their mental health, their safety, their dignity, or even, God forbid, their life? Students don't feel protected when their identities are erased. They don't feel valued when politics takes priority over their well-being. Tonight, incredible young people are showing more courage in a few minutes than many adults show in a lifetime. If they can do that, the least you can do is hear them and act with compassion. When my son finally cleans the room, it's not because I shouted louder. It's because I sat with him eye to eye, and he realized why it mattered. Tonight, I'm asking you to do the same. Sit with us, look us in the eye, Not just sit silently or nod politely, but truly hear us. Do what the public, the people you work for, are asking you to do. Please vote with your conscience, not with your political ideology. Vote for the students. Vote against removing these protections. Thank you. And I also, just because I have a few seconds, I want to say Rhonda Bazzini lied. We have adopted her, and my kids are her grandkids. So that was a little lie she told. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Ginley and Jill Lewis-Spector.
Good evening. My name is Mary Ginley. I'm a retired teacher, and I volunteer at one of the local schools. I made up my mind, don't confuse me with the facts. So there was this guy who woke one morning and said to his wife, Alice, I died last night. I'm a ghost. George, trust me, you're not dead. I am. He kept insisting it, so she brought him to a psychiatrist. He thinks he's dead, she said to the doctor. I am dead, said George. Said the doctor, I can fix this. Go home, and for the next 2 days, stand in front of the mirror and say 100 times, dead men don't bleed. So he did. Dead men don't bleed. He said it 100 times for 2 days, and then he went back and said, Doc, I'm sorry, I'm still dead. So the doctor gave him a straight pin. Got one. Prick yourself in the finger, he said, and say, dead men don't bleed. Okay, says George. So he pricked himself and said, dead men do bleed. Okay. I've made up my mind. Don't confuse me with the facts. You've heard the facts. You've heard the data. You've heard the research over the months. You know the facts. You know that all never meant all. So what's the problem? Why do you insist on changing the code? Is it because you don't believe the facts? Is it because you don't care? Is it because you're afraid of losing federal money, although that never bothered you before? Or is it because you're afraid of losing friends and the people who voted for you because you're not woke, you are not progressive, you are not going to get involved in this LGBTQ stuff? Sometimes the most courageous thing anyone can ever do is change their mind. I was thinking about St. Paul and how somebody knocked him off a horse, and did he ever change his mind? Be brave. Be brave enough to say no. Be brave enough to vote no, because you do understand that some things need to be spelled out. And send a message. Every student has your back. Be brave. Every one of you is a good and decent person. Be brave enough to vote no, because it's the right thing to do. Costs you.
Thank you.
Joe Lewis-Spector and Preston Scott.
Good evening. I'm Jill Lewis-Spector, and I'm here with speaking on behalf of Public Education Network Sarasota, or PEN Sarasota, Policy 4.22. But before I do, I just want to mention that we absolutely support all of the speakers tonight, that the language in Policy 10.2 must enumerate specific protections for vulnerable students. So I'd like you to do that. I'd like you to vote no. But back to agenda item 9. In a victory for publishers, authors, and free speech, federal judge Carlos Mendoza struck down key parts of a Florida law that helped parents remove school and classroom libraries books they found objectionable. Mendoza's ruling notes that the statute's prohibition on materials that describe sexual conduct was overbroad, and the state's interpretation of the 2023 law was unconstitutional. Adding, there's evidence that the statute has also swept up many non-obscene books. We know that this has happened in Sarasota. Removed books included those by Dr. Seuss, Harper Lee, Judy Blume, J.K. Rowling, among others. Judge Mendoza's ruling raises some questions. One, will this district be removing from this policy its references to regulations the judge found vague and even unconstitutional? So I don't think the policy should be posted now. Two, the policy begins with statements of parents' rights to request access to instructional materials and to opt their students out of access to library material. Will parents also be informed of books by award-winning authors that have been removed from the school or classroom libraries? Three, some books that have been removed are award-winning, high-quality, and accurately portray the state's broad racial, ethnic, socioeconomic, and cultural diversity. Given Judge Mendoza's ruling, will these books be returned to the shelves? Four, based on recent events, Florida's new Commissioner of Education believes school superintendents have the right to remove any book that he or she deems inappropriate or that any other school district deems inappropriate, violating the department's own regulations about the process for book removals and outlined by this district's policy. Will this district's policy still be in effect and consistently applied to book? Thank you.
Thank you.
Preston Scott and Bill Neese.
Good evening. My name is Preston Scott. I am with Equality Florida. Thank you for having me here this evening. I just want to give a shout out to Bayard Rustin, who was an openly gay Black man who orchestrated and mobilized the March on Washington and Jobs Freedom March, which led to the passage of the Civil Rights Act, which gave enumerations for many of you in front of me to be able to have the positions that you hold today in jobs. Second thing I want to discuss is bullying. Let me be clear that the children that you serve are watching you right now. We don't really talk about them much in that regard, how smart and brilliant they are today. They have access to everything. But they may not be of voting age today, and they may not have any power or influence, but they will remember the choices that you make today. They will remember who stood up for them to protect them and who gave bullies permission to target them. Because make no mistake, bullies are watching too. When you erase protections, you send them a signal. Go ahead, we won't stop you. And the truth is, this board isn't standing up to bullies. You're capitulating to them. The bullies here aren't children on a playground. They are state and federal leaders who are threatening to defund schools if you dare to uphold protections against discrimination. That is the only reason these protections are being stripped away, not because they are wrong, not because they don't work, but because powerful police demanded it. And for every student who will survive this climate of intolerance, you're teaching them that when a bully threatens you, you fold. Don't surrender to bullies. Please stand up for our kids. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Neese and Molly Young.
Can you hear me? Oh. Good evening, board. My name is Bill Neese. Have a graduated senior this year. Go Rams. And Robin got to give her the little certificate. But also have a grandson in the district. And I'm going to just share a couple of things on 7.1 as it relates to the budget. There's an admonition that states, give praise where praise is due. So today I'm here to give kudos to the board, superintendent, and all those who are working to create a budget that makes the Sarasota School District an effective team. Creating a budget that is forward-thinking based on the vision of efficiency and productivity is actually a sign of good management. Wise use of funds in producing higher rates of student achievement and graduation rates mean an A rating extends to every part of the district's operations. Budgets are a vast array of numbers that can only confuse some and mean little or nothing to others. But that is not reflective of the actual results that are created by people who execute that budget. I believe that the current team will continue to turn pure numbers into continued success, no matter what anyone would say to the contrary. So it is your job to continue that process and create a district that performs no matter what. I believe you will. I know you will, because you've already proven it in so many other ways in the past. I'd also like to comment just briefly on item 10.2, this discrimination, harassment, your work policy on 2.71. That policy to make Sarasota schools a place free of harassment, discrimination for all students and staff is a well-crafted policy, in my opinion. Creating a document that takes into account all relevant federal and state statutes and laws is a difficult job. I have no question that this went through the proper channels to discern whether those laws were being followed. There are all kinds of laws and statutes from our state and federal level, Title I, Title VII, and I could go on, and you know them all. Those things are not arbitrary, neither are they given just to give you a good night's rest before you go to bed. They are there to be followed. And these policies enumerate those issues clearly and do not deviate from them for any student, because those policies were written to protect all students. After reading the document, I commend all involved on a job. Wow.
Thank you.
Molly Young and Zaire Kikahuna Samita.
Good evening. I'm Molly Young. I'm a parent of 4 students here at Sarasota County Schools, in the public schools. And I'm concerned by the proposed changes to the discrimination policy and the Student Code of Conduct, items 10.2 and 10.3. We know it's been shown that when schools have clear, comprehensive, enumerated anti-bullying policies, students feel safer. They don't just feel safer, they are more likely to have higher attendance, more likely to have higher GPAs. So it seems really clear that eliminating the clear and inclusive language that currently exists, it's not just harmful to the students, but it would also be harmful to our district. It doesn't seem to be helpful to anybody. I understand that the concern that we would lose funding for the district, and again, as a parent, I do appreciate that. But we're not being asked to make these changes. I'm also continuing to see that across the country, cases where it's being determined that it is illegal to withhold funds for public schools because of DEI practices and programs. So again, not only is this not being required, it might be illegal to withhold the funds anyway. So again, that's another reason it seems unnecessary. Again, also, we know that saying all is not as good as clear enumerated protections. If it were, we wouldn't be removing enumerations for queer and trans people in the 2.73 education equity proposal while retaining enumeration for other groups. So again, with all of this, it's important to retain the enumerations to keep our students safe, better for our school boards, better for our families. It's by trying to remove them preemptively, we're sending a message that we're only protecting our students when it's easy.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Zaire, and then Galen Cahill.
Good evening. I'm Zaire Kekahuna Samdi. I'm deeply troubled by your proposal to adopt vague new language in the Student Code of Conduct, language that fails to explicitly protect students who face discrimination based on race, gender identity, disability, sexual orientation, or other marginalized identities. Protections are no protections at all. When I spoke at a board meeting in 2020, I testified about my experience with racism as early as preschool, which continued on into elementary school, middle school, high school, and even beyond school to the workforce with pretty much every single job that I've held as an adult. Hence the reason why these protections have been enumerated in the workforce with employment. Without precise, enforceable language, we leave vulnerable students exposed to harm and ignore our legal and moral obligation to safeguard every child. Secondly, I want to bring awareness to Policy 4.22, Revised Library Media Center Rules. This policy allows any Sarasota resident, regardless of their connection to our schools, to object a book. If the objection involves alleged sexual content, the book must be pulled from shelves within 5 days before a fair review can be held. This empowers organized censorship campaigns, turning teachers and librarians into enforcers of a political agenda rather than educators. It strips students of access to affirming and educational materials they need to see themselves reflected in their learning. These issues are not isolated, they intersect and compound one another. As student protections are watered down, vulnerable groups are left exposed. And as book bans escalate, our classrooms become less inclusive, less diverse, and less enriching. Together, these policies strip away the foundations of a safe, well-rounded, and equitable education. I urge the board to strengthen the student code of conduct by explicitly naming and protecting vulnerable groups, include clear non-discrimination clauses and enforcement mechanisms that leave no room for bias or ambiguity, reject censorship, and stop implementing policies that empower book bans. Students, teachers, and families need resources and diverse perspectives, not restrictions and fear-driven silencing. Our message is simple: stop distracting and start acting. Sarasota students deserve safe, well-funded schools, inclusive protections, and full access to knowledge. Anything less is a failure of leadership, and I urge you to act boldly in defense of our students, our educators, and our public school system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Galen Cahill and Hawthorne Halstead.
Hi, I'm Galen. I'm a concerned community member with young siblings in public schools. I'm here to speak today against the removal of protections in the harassment policy, enumerated protections in the harassment policy. I want to preface by pardoning Liz Barker and Tom Edwards from the tirade that is to come. So why are any of you here? What is the point of having these meetings with public comments where our speech is protected under the First Amendment when you're just going to ignore us? A month ago, you spat at these good, caring, hardworking people who came out here with your decision to push this vote forward. So tell me how the hell we get you to listen. Do we need to remind you that it is us voters that put you in the chair or something else? Y'all like to act as if you're untouchable, but you know you aren't. You know this is wildly unpopular, and the constituency has made that, you know that this is wildly unpopular, and the constituency has made that clear. And that is why members of this board are jumping ship to find employment elsewhere. Because instead of take accountability with people that you were elected to represent, you'd rather stab them in the back, and you know that's going to get you voted out. Y'all ain't no better than the little kids in these schools are supposed to be taken care of. You're bored, so you shirk responsibility to look at your phones instead of working. You're burying your heads behind whatever cover you can instead of looking people in the eyes. All while you put the kids you claim to care so much about in danger with these policy changes. We've shown you evidence time and time again that these changes will put children in danger. Our president has just been alleged as a pedophile, and these changes are only to appeal to the president. That's it. It's just so that he can show you mercy with these budget cuts. That's the only reason. So we're going to claim that we care about children and we care about protecting every student, but we are going to bow down to, yeah. So that's all I got.
Thank you.
Hawthorne Halstead and Marguerite Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Hawthorne Halstead, and I am asking you to vote no on agenda item 10.3. My fiance is currently getting his master's degree in behavioral policy in post-COVID schooling from Cambridge University. This agenda item changes the intentionality of the rule from, quote, we do not bully these groups, which moves the assumed intention of, quote, these groups are valued in our community for their individuality and what they bring to society, to we don't bully because bullying is bad, and labels behavior instead of talking about the impact bullying has on minority communities. And to those in the room that go, what about my child is cisgender, straight, white?
these protections are for your kids too. If your child is being called gay, this protects straight student, even if they're not gay. Bullied because of gynecomastia or PCOS and being called a trans slur, protected. Your student being called the R slur, protected. There's no reason to change the language that already does a perfect job of protecting our students. Leave our minority kids alone and focus on the $45 million missing from our district's budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Margarita Johnson and Robin Pickett.
My name is Margarita Johnson. I'm usually called Mona. I wanted to first acknowledge the appreciation that I have for Mr. Enos as he gets prepared to move on to bigger and better things. I very much appreciate your respectful thank you to each speaker, no matter what philosophy they're coming from. That is most appreciated, I think, by lots of us. I am in favor of leaving and ask you to be in favor of leaving the Student Code of Conduct as is. It protects the students most likely to need the protection among our students in Sarasota County. It enumerates the people who will most likely need intervention for their safety. Superintendent Connor, I have an ask for you. I would very much like to better understand a lot of things. We're losing our school board chair, Mr. Enos, and we're likely to get another. Don't know where that person's coming from, don't know who he or she is, don't know their values, and would very much like that. We're losing $45 million. Can we please have, besides the September 3rd town hall, a separate one to illuminate these questions that I have? I think I'm probably not the only person who wants to know who's coming and what their values are and what we're going to do about any kind of budget shortfalls. I know y'all are on top of that, but if you could arrange for a town hall type situation where we could talk to each other to shed some light on that. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robin Pickett, Nicole Walkowitz.
Hello, good evening, Chair Enos and members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. It's my first time ever speaking publicly in a school board meeting. My name is Robin Pickett, and I'm a full-time resident of Sarasota. I'm here today to speak on agenda item 9.37, policy 4.22, library media center materials. I urge you to press the pause button on making the proposed changes to this policy in light of last week's significant court ruling regarding Florida's book banning law, specifically section 1006.28. This ruling found that the Florida law on prohibition of books that describes, quote, sexual conduct is unconstitutional, citing its vagueness and overbreadth. This decision is more than a legal technicality. It is a clear directive that we must heed. The court's message: schools cannot remove books based on a vague, subjective standard. It affirms the role of professional librarians who are trained to curate collections that are both age-appropriate and rich with diverse perspectives. The court's ruling reinforces the principle that books must be evaluated on their overall value, not on isolated passages that might be deemed objectionable by a single individual. We have a responsibility to our students, to our educators, and to our community to act in accordance with the law. Legal landscape has shifted dramatically in the last week, and continuing to enforce or expand upon policies that are now in legal jeopardy is not only imprudent, but could also expose our district to unnecessary litigation. Instead of rushing to make more changes, let's take the time to understand the implications of this ruling. Let's work with our professionals to ensure the policies are legally sound and aligned with the First Amendment. Let's focus on the fundamental mission of our schools to provide a well-rounded education and to prepare students for a complex world, a world where they will need to think critically and engage in a wide range of ideas. This is not the time for more drama and for more reactive measures. This is the time for a thoughtful and deliberate approach. Let's honor the court's decision. Let's respect the expertise of our librarians and other professionals, and let's put our focus back where it.
Thank you.
Nicole Walkowitz and Marianne D'Aquino Terrell.
This was all right. Sorry. You're good. I'm sorry. Proverbs 31, 8-9 says, "Open your mouth for the mute, for the rights of all who are destitute. Open your mouth, judge righteously, defend the rights of the poor and needy." I'm not one to talk about religion, not in a government space like this, not when I know there are many people who are not religious. However, as someone raised Catholic by immigrant parents and one who has witnessed one too many board meetings where scripture has been cited, I choose to remind you all of this line. Philosophy like what I read above could almost be regarded as a universal truth. In Islam, in Judaism, in Christianity, even in Buddhism, there's this idea that we are to use our voices for all who cannot use it. In the quote from Proverbs, we are told explicitly what people we need to defend. We are even told how. It is to speak for the poor and mute, to speak for the rights of the destitute, to speak, judge righteously, and defend the rights of the poor and needy. We aren't told to open our mouths for just any person. We are told to speak for the rights of specific demographics. These, to me, are what you would call enumerated protections. The verse even illustrates how we must act when we are advocating for each group. This is what you wish to take away for queer students. In a room full of what I assume are mostly Christian, it shocks me that so many have forgotten such an important aspect of the Bible. I beg this board to consider what at least most members' scripture preaches as they vote to finalize the student code of conduct. Remember that while kindness is always advocated for in scripture, we are always told what groups we must protect and what we need to do for the groups we're defending. That is what enumerated protections are for, because enumeration is protection. That is what many of the people in this room follow, and that is what we need to protect. A universal truth across a plethora of religions, of legal experts, of people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marianne D'Aquino Terrell and Tracy Lipton.
Good evening, Board. I'm here just to say that I cannot believe that you're removing protections. I am horrified, appalled. As the grandmother of 2 gay children, I am so grateful they're not in Florida, though I miss them like crazy. It's insane. People need empathy, they need understanding, and they need to be safe, especially the smallest people among us. Your job is every student, every day. It doesn't say anything about gay students, straight students, black students, white students, Jewish students, Christian students, every student. It's unconscionable that you would consider removing protections. This is America. This is the 21st century. We don't do that unless we're the Supreme Court. We won't go there. Please, I beg you, for the kids in the room, all of the people who spoke at the last meeting for hours and hours, please don't do this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tracy Lipton and Anya Dennison.
Are either of those people here? All right, thank you.
Hi there, my name is Anya Dennison, and I'm talking about 10.2 tonight, like I did last meeting. At the end of the day, our district has so many issues coming at us without needing to create more of our own problems by editing the code of conduct and these different policies. We're facing so many problems, namely tens of millions of dollars causing a shortfall in our budget just from vouchers, and students and their families are looking to you for leadership solutions that will improve education and frankly fix our budget here in Sarasota. Instead of addressing those urgent needs, we're spending time on a policy change that serves no educational purpose. There's no need for it to happen. I think it was really cool that Carol mentioned that only 5 districts are making this change, and that's a really important stat, especially as you're comparing yourselves and making sure that you're in some form of legal clarity. Feels like it's worth considering. This can't be about students with that. Sarasota can't afford for you to get caught up in symbolic fights while our schools are losing funding. And so I'm asking you to leave the policy alone and direct your energy where it matters the very most, which is making sure that every student in the district has the resources and opportunities to succeed by focusing on the budget. Superintendent Connor, I really appreciated the information you put together on the budget. I thought that was great and super helpful and exactly the type of work that we need to be doing. And I hope that this board recognizes that and moves accordingly by voting no on the code of conduct and policy changes and just ending this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
JT Pryor and Katie Smith.
Good evening, board. I'm JT Pryor. I'm a queer Christian minister serving a rainbow congregation in the Sarasota community. And I'm here again this month to urge you to maintain our current enumerated protections in the Code of Conduct. I listened to your responses in the July meeting about caring for all students, making sure all students are represented and all, including everybody. And as many have said tonight, all does not mean all. So let's be clear. If our goal is truly to protect every student, we have to understand that enumeration is protection. The removal of these protections is a political choice. It means that we're holding politics and the threat of losing funding over the worth of our students. And I know many of you are parents, and I just have to wonder how much funding is more important than the worth of our children, the mental health, their ability to learn without being bullied for something that they can't control. Replacing specific protections for students in protected classes will not make the schools safer. It just creates more barriers to accountability. The data is incredibly clear about enumerated protections, reducing bullying, improving student mental health, and saving students' lives. But if the data is not clear enough for you, I hope that you listen to the students who spoke today. Listen to the students who spoke about their experience in our school district and poured their heart out to you. And I hope that might soften your hearts to this unnecessary policy. And I'm urging you today not just as a citizen, but as a faith leader. I know many of you would say that you are people of faith, and no matter what creed or tradition you may belong to, most of the faiths have some version of the golden rule: do unto others as you would have them do to you. And I want to shift that and say, let's give others what they would like to receive. And what students are saying is they would like to receive these enumerated protections. So I would ask that you give students safety, give them security, and give them what they need to learn in peace. Thank you.
Thank you.
Katie Smith and C. Smith.
Hi, I am Reverend Katie Smith with Haven Community Church, and I'm here as a concerned parent, citizen, and faith leader. There is no greater privilege. Sorry, can you hear me? Mm-hmm. Okay. There is no greater privilege than to be entrusted with the safety of a child. You're sitting in those seats right now because Sarasota has entrusted you with the safety of our children. And I think that the one thing, without a doubt, that can be universally and unconditionally agreed upon is that students, our kids, deserve to feel and be safe in their schools. So my question to you is this: what is the point of this effort? Why is this more of a priority than addressing the bus driver shortage or the teacher shortage? I guess the bigger question is, who are you helping by changing this? Who are you benefiting? Because the current verbiage only offers protection to students that statistically endure bullying at a much higher rate than their cis-white counterparts, while not taking any protections away from those students. Your job is supposed to be keeping students safe. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Your job is to protect our children. And by removing these enumerations, you are directly causing harm to the LGBTQIA+ students, to the marginalized students, to BIPOC students, to disabled students. Not only does it reek of erasure, but it puts a target on the backs of the marginalized students that, again, you are here to protect. I'll leave you with this. It is an excerpt from Isaiah. Learn to do right, seek justice, defend the oppressed. You have a chance to do that tonight, and if you would rather continue to discriminate against a community that you don't understand instead of learn about them, which is incredibly ironic for a school board, but if that's the choice you choose to make tonight, then I will continue to pray for you. And if you vote up on this tonight, for all of the queer students that are watching, for all of the marginalized students that are watching, we are here for you. This whole room is full of people that are here for you. They love you, they support you, and we will never, ever, ever, ever stop fighting for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
C. Day Smith and Sarah Owen.
Hi, everybody. My name is Zyde Smith with Voices of Florida. I'm also here today as a parent. Speaking as a parent, I would like to say that there is no greater honor I could imagine giving any other adult human being in my life than trusting them with the safety of my children. And every one of you is here because parents voted you into these seats because they trust you. You are in front of a room full of parents that have been speaking tonight and told you exactly what they feel that trust means and how they interpret safety for their children. Please listen to them. Now, we already know that your thoughts on changing the student code of conduct is going to have ripple effects. We have already presented you with a lot of information on how important keeping these enumerated terms are for the safety of students, and not just for their safety, but because it leads to higher attendance rates, it leads to better grades, it leads to lower suicide rates. These are all facts that you know. Unfortunately, outside of Ms. and Tom, I don't think most of you care. With that said, I think you do care about some students. So let's talk about the bullies. You are also doing them a disservice. You are not protecting them by changing these words because we all live in the real world. We are supposed to be preparing them for the real world. So what happens in the real world with adults? Because we know as adults, bullying does not stop at high school. We bully each other every day, don't we? It's going to happen in the real world. And there's something in the real world called hate crimes. If you go out there and you decide you want to punch somebody, you're probably going to get assault charges. But if you go out there and you punch somebody while attacking them for their race or their sexuality and call them slurs, you are going to get much higher charges. That's called consequences. And there's a reason. See, when you participate in a hate crime, when you are using discrimination in order to harm a person, there's more than one victim. There is the immediate victim, and there is the community. That is why you are charged with a higher crime. You are not only doing a disservice to marginalized students right now, you are doing a disservice to the bullies, to your average run-of-the-mill everyday students that you think you're protecting. Nobody is going to benefit from you passing this. You are harming everyone. So even if you're racist or you're homophobic or you're transphobic, I don't care right now. I don't care because there's not a single student in a single school that you represent that will not be harmed by what you're doing right now. So if you care about one single student, vote no. It's that easy.
Thank you.
Sarah Owen and Michelle Posey.
Hello, I'm Sarah Owen, and I am a concerned mother of two wonderful children that are in the Sarasota schools. They are my entire world, and one of them just so happens to be a part of the LGBT community, and they are the most amazing, wonderful person that has taught me more than I will ever have learned from anybody ever. And as a parent and a concerned person in the community, I think it's really important that we vote no on this, because our students will not be erased, our children will not be erased, and there's so much to learn. And as we are in this space about education and we're in this space about learning, we need to see that these people exist. Every person is important, and if we erase them in the verbiage, then we are taking away their rights, we're taking away their autonomy and everything that they've worked so hard for. I think one of the main issues that I also have with this is that we're really getting away from the what the real problems are by honing in on something like this. What are we really looking at here? What is the real issue? And why are we working at taking away these children's protections? There are so many bigger things. There's so much more. There's a big issue with safety that we have in our schools, and it is only going to be compounded by taking this away from these wonderful, wonderful students. So I leave you with that. Please make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Posey and Xander Moritz.
Hi, Michelle Posey. Listen, you heard a lot today about safety. I'm going to tell you there's no state that a mom like me feels more safe in than Florida. You want about strong language? Look no further than Governor DeSantis and our legislature. They have developed strong language that has led the way for the last 4 to 5 years. I'm talking about leadership that chose to have parental rights in education. Leadership that said we're going to be about education, not indoctrination. Leadership that protected our girls by saying no boys and girls sports. Leadership that said, no, we're not going to close the free state of Florida. We're not going to cower to your COVID mandates. We are going to stand the free state of Florida. The free state of Florida and leadership under Governor DeSantis that said, you know what? We're going to choose to have patient advocacy here in the state of Florida so your loved one doesn't have to die alone. I heard a soundbite the other day from Governor DeSantis. Somebody asked him, how do you do it? How do you stand so strong? And he said, it's easy. I look to New York, Illinois, and California, and I do the opposite. You don't think that that's working? When's the last time you've ever arrived somewhere on time here in the streets of Florida? People are coming here in an influx because they love the strength, they love the leadership, they love the safety. So don't believe the talking points that you're hearing here. 3 of you on this board were endorsed by Governor DeSantis because we know as them that you have what it takes to make the right call in a tough decision. We also have very common strength in leadership now with Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins. This is somebody that not only served on the battlefield and was wounded and lost a limb, but now chooses to take this fight in the battlefield of ending woke indoctrination. That is the same battlefield the 3 of you have signed up for. We're here to support you. But don't believe what you're hearing here, that somehow people do not feel safety and strong. The numbers in the state of Florida will tell you otherwise. And I'll tell you, as a mom who's had children in the public school, who's had children in charter schools, and who's also chosen education choice here in the state of Florida, I am proud to have Zem sitting up there. Tim, you're going to be missed, definitely, but as your last act going out as the chair of Sarasota County School Board, I pray that you will make the right decision. You, Robin, and Bridget, we're standing behind you. Listen, they might be at home cooking dinner or taking people to soccer practice and not here, but you have an army behind you. I also want to say we're grateful to Attorney General Uthmeyer. You know, he's cracking down on trafficking. Safety is effective here in the state of Florida, and all means all. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Xander Moritz and John Wilson.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Connor. I'm here tonight to speak directly to Board Member Enos and to Board Member Marinelli. First, Mr. Enos, I want to thank you for your service on this board, and I want to congratulate you as you return to a position we all know that you have the ability to do incredibly well. As chair, you've spoken directly to this community about your desire to see it unite, to face challenges with certainty, and to face one another with grace. I have seen you use your sense of humor and your calm demeanor to diffuse and de-escalate some of the most tense, sharpest incidents that this boardroom has seen under your tenure. I do not want you to step down before I have the opportunity to thank you for that, because it has changed the culture and it has made students feel safer in this boardroom. Tonight, you have the opportunity to make students feel safer in their classrooms. Tonight, you have the opportunity to ensure that every student is protected every day. I urge you to vote to keep our student protections enumerated. I urge you to vote no to this unnecessary, harmful political revision. What I'm asking of you is not bold, it is not brash, it's not even brave, it's basic. It is what Hillsborough County is doing. It is what Manatee County is doing. It is what Pinellas County is doing. It's what our neighbors are doing. It is basic. I ask you first, Mr. Enos, because as Chief of Police for Sarasota Schools, your responsibility is to ensure the safety of every student every day in a very direct form. Voting for this policy would mean beginning that role by undermining that responsibility. I know that you care about the safety of Sarasota students. Please listen to your community, listen to the data, listen to the educators, listen to the psychologists. Please listen to the facts. I wish you a very joyful, peaceful, and much less stressful next chapter of your life. Board Member Marinelli. Imagine signing a lease for an apartment and they're like, everything is included. And you're, oh my gosh, that's fantastic. And then you get the first bill and they said, well, water's not included. And you're like, oh gosh, dang it. And then you get the second bill and they're like, well, electricity's not included either. It wasn't in the lease, so you can't hold me to that. That's the same situation here. Enumerated protections are like a detailed lease. They spell out that electricity, water, and basic human rights are included. Without that list, there cannot be clarity for the person who wants the protections or for the people providing it. Think about, I know you had this position. Imagine being an educator or an administrator and two parents are yelling at you over a policy that says, well, everyone's protected. What does that mean to anyone in that equation? Protections for all students may sound broad and generous, but unless we state clearly what those protections are, students, educators, administrators, this board, if it escalates, become vulnerable. And I know you can see that, and I'm asking you to eliminate that vulnerability by just being explicit about what we mean. And tonight, that gets to be a really easy thing because it just means I'm asking you to do absolutely nothing. Give yourselves a break, give this room a break, give your students the needed safety, and do absolutely nothing. Thank you, board. Thank you, Superintendent Connor, and farewell, Mr. Enos.
Thank you.
John Wilson and Richard Arena.
Good evening. Last time I was at the school board meeting, I brought up that all kids need protection. I am so happy that it's going to say all, because I sat in the back there and I remember 1/3 of the people that are coming up here begging for protections heckled the kid that was a Christian and was proud to be Christian, sat back there, heckled him. So, you know, like the fact that we're going to protect every child is amazing to me. But if we are going to go and talk about a study that was done in 2014 that 90% of redheaded, gingered kids were picked on in the UK. And it came down to 61% of males and 47% of females. Well, as a dad of two white, Christian, freckled-faced ginger kids that like salt and vinegar chips, I think I need to get my kids' name protections in there. They need to be ginger, white, Christian. Because obviously, if we're gonna put everybody in separate groups instead of all, my kids need to be. My kids need to be in there. So if we're not gonna say all, then you need to rewrite it for my kids as well. Now, going forward on another aspect is public safety. I've had someone reach out to me because my son is in high school, so he goes to the bus stop at 6 o'clock in the morning, right? So the light is so dim that it looks like it's Ben Franklin's candle. You know, worrying about the kids crossing the road. So he goes over to the high school and says, hey, listen, what can we do to get the light fixed? Well, if you can fill out this form, send it to FPL, it'll take us about 30 to 45 days. You know, I understand like the struggles with the bus and the overcrowding and everything else, but then he said, if you come here and talk about it, you can probably get it done quicker. Why is that? Like what? That's an easy fix. You know, like scheduling buses and overcrowding on seats and everything. I understand the logistics of that, but not protecting somebody to walk across the street that could be fixed just like that. I don't know, about 30 or 45 days. So I'd like to put out there things that you can fix. Let's fix that. the things that are gonna, take a little bit more work, I understand that. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Richard Arena and Lisa Frischetti.
Good evening, school board, Superintendent Connor, staff. My name is Richard Arena. I've been a taxpayer in Sarasota County for over 30 years. I came here originally wanted to talk about 10-2, 10-3, and frankly, the budget. But after the last two meetings, it just appears that you folks have been getting more than your share of grief. So I really want to say thank you for the outstanding job that you do. Frankly, you listen to a lot of voices. You listen to our great students, the teachers, the police, the taxpayers, and you engage and you come up with common sense policies that fits all to the best of your possible ability, because it's impossible to keep everybody 100% happy. Life's a compromise. It's one of the things we all learn, most of us learn at a very young age. It's easy to lob insults from the cheap seats, but that gets us nowhere, frankly. So I want to add a little bit of perspective. You may be interested, I'm sure you know that DeSantis was in Osceola County today with the the Commissioner of Education, and I know I'm going to massacre his name. I think it's Anastasios Kamutas, talking about how certain book sellers were basically cheating certain districts. So you may be hearing from him in the not too distant future, because McGraw-Hill and another one are frankly being sued right now for that very reason. All right, so we have a very engaged government with respect to making sure we have the best schools possible. But here are some facts. Sarasota schools are the envy of the country. I say this as a person who used to live in the other part of the country that used to make fun of Florida schools. I'm from Brookline, Mass., which was a top 10 school. And when I had kids in school, coming to Sarasota wasn't an option. The schools weren't good enough. That has changed. We are the envy of the country in terms of safety, security, academic achievement, something this board and Superintendent Connie should be very proud of, because you've done a tremendous job in the process. Our literacy rates are up. We have defined metrics showing our schools are improving year over year. That is more than aspirational. That is fact going forward. So that's really all I want to say, other than, if I could be bold, to say thank you from all of the residents of Sarasota County, most of whom aren't in this room to do so themselves. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Lisa Frischetti and Sebastian Martinez.
Hi, my name is Lisa, and I am speaking today as a former special education teacher. I believe we are all here because we value education. We value educating the whole student. As a classroom teacher, I taught my students reading, writing, and mathematics. Beyond academics, it was imperative for me to know which students were homeless, suffering loss, were ill, lonely, or anxiety-ridden. It was also imperative for me to know which student reached a milestone, won an award, played a particular sport or an instrument. I need to know what was happening for my students outside the classroom, because it directly impacted what was happening inside the classroom. Because we are educating a whole child, teachers need to provide not only knowledge and skills, but also a caring, supportive, and safe environment. So in order for our students to thrive academically and personally, we must be especially clear in our adult language. As a teacher, I, along with my colleagues, need clear and explicit language to best care for and protect students, especially those who may be targeted due to disability, race, color, national origin, sexual orientation, and gender identity. When adults are clear and explicit, students know they are safe. They also feel safe and protected by their teachers. and they're able to come to their desk prepared to learn. Learning and feeling safe are intertwined. You cannot have one without the other. Please vote no on 10.3. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And Sebastian Martinez is the last speaker.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Sebastian Martinez, and I'm here to ask the board to reconsider their votes and not roll back protections against discrimination for our marginalized students. And first, I want to agree with John Wilson, a rare statement. There should be religious protections against discrimination and harassment. That's something that existed in the old policy, but not specifically enumerated now. So absolutely, let's make sure there are explicit protections. I also love the all but not limited to that was recommended by Ms. Bazzini earlier. I mean, the old policy even included definitions of what religious discrimination or harassment could look like. Quote, religious, creed. Harassment may occur when conduct is directed at the characteristics of a person's religious tradition, clothing or surnames, and or involves religious slurs. You've heard everything already about why passing this policy is wrong, not just from a moral standpoint, historical standpoint, policy standpoint, statistical standpoint, or legal standpoints. And I want to be able to stand here and agree with you and say that all does mean all, but it doesn't. And I know it doesn't as a former student and as someone who constantly hears from teachers, parents, and students about what goes on in your classrooms. All does not mean all until there's accountability levers for those in your schools, which will directly be responsible for making the decisions about what classifies as discrimination or harassment. Not when there's administrators who punish or expel queer students for being beat up and bloodied. Not when there's staff on campus who yell at Hispanic students for speaking Spanish in your hallways. I mean, even when I first started coming to these meetings, I was 15 or 16 years old. I'm 21 now. Being called slurs outside, my friends were spat on, and we were regularly threatened and told we were going to be ran over by trucks. Discrimination and harassment is still a prevalent issue in your schools. It's just a matter of what gets reported and what students are told you're overreacting. I mean, if you ask your students, how many of your students that get bullied or harassed in your schools are forced to sit next to the person who perpetuated harm against them and forced to explain the situation, and then nothing is ever addressed? Are those cases reported? The student leaves those meetings knowing that once they leave that room, it's only going to get worse. But to not be so grim, I do know there are phenomenal people in this district who do make sure to keep students safe, to make sure to keep students safe. And I know that to be true, not just because of my phenomenal teachers at Booker, but because when I was 15 or 16 and mortified of coming into this boardroom and speaking, Mr. Enos, you were chief of police. You ensured that me and my friends had a safe space to go and to ensure that we weren't harmed. So once again, 21-year-old me is asking that you, rather than over my school email, and asking you, Ms. Marinelli, to reconsider your vote and vote no on this policy item. Thank you so much for your commitment, and thank you.
Thank you. That now concludes this portion in reference to the agenda items for speakers. We're next going on to the next piece, which is the approval of the minutes. May I get a motion for the minutes, which is item 7.1?
I move we approve the minutes as noted on the agenda.
Any discussion? Please vote. Did we, hold on one second point. What is your name, ma'am? We'll go ahead, since you're here, we'll go ahead as we respect everyone's right to speak. Go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Lillian Williamson. I'm a junior at Booker High School. I want to start this by saying my incredible sister graduated last May, and she is going to be going to FSU this Friday. So This is very difficult for me to swallow because this is the first time she's going to be apart from me. But I'm also extremely happy that she's going to be able to escape Sarasota because of all the chaos that is occurring. I honestly have little to no faith that you guys will change your mind, but I'm still going to talk about agenda item 10.2, the policy changes. You guys are all professionals, and I know that you guys are the best at analyzing policies and implementing what you believe is best for the students. I know that. But I am a professional at being a student in modern time. Look, kids are not nice, and adults try to remain neutral, and this isolates children. Yes, bullying still exists with the previous policy. I'm not going to deny that. Just as it will after if you say yes to this policy. In a perfect world, this wouldn't be an issue. Except we don't live in a perfect world. We live in a world where women can't go to school in Afghanistan, where queer and trans students are being persecuted for how they identify, where the color of your skin determines who you are and your worth is finalized. This is our world. The evidence is evident. Neither I nor you can deny this. The question we must ask ourselves is which policy is worse? What will do the most harm? And why not? Why not include the protections? Why not add all and the protections? This issue of discrimination and of queer and trans students didn't start with these policies. The discriminators were just held accountable due to having something to be enforced. We know this. You guys know this because we told you. But as I've said previously, I don't believe you guys are going to change your vote. I've accepted this, but acceptance is not agreement. Acceptance also doesn't mean moving on. When this policy fails, we will not blame the teachers and will not blame the students and the schools. We will turn back to you guys and ask you guys hold yourself accountable. And I expect you to, as mature professional adults. We will all be able to look inwards and hold yourself accountable, right? Give us a good role model to look up to. Be the person you campaigned to be. Mr. Enos, I want to be law enforcement too. And I really, really hope that you will be a good role model for me. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and go back to 7.1. If we go ahead and have a motion in reference to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Ziegler, second by Ms. Marinelli. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. All right, seeing that half did not get the voting screen, we'll go ahead and do a voice vote, please. Ms. Barker?
Yes.
Ms. Marinelli?
Yes.
Ms. Ziegler?
Yes.
And Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
5-0.
Did
the chair vote yes also?
Yes, the chair does vote. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Counselor. Next, to 8.1. The reference to the consent agenda. May I get a motion regarding to approval of the consent agenda as presented?
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Motion by Ms. Ziegler. May I get a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Marinelli. Any discussion? Seeing none. See if it'll come up to vote. We'll go ahead and do a voice vote. Ms. Barker?
Yes.
We're not.
Oh, no.
Ms. Marinelli?
Yes.
Ms. Ziegler?
Yes.
And Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Motion carries 5-0. Next on to 10.1, Student Progression Plan. Mr. Connor, please.
Thank you. Tonight, I am presenting the Student Progression Plan as we do on an annual basis, which sets forth the requirements for promotion, retention, and graduation. The 25-26 plan reflects all the updated statutory requirements and ensures that we have consistency of process throughout all of our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. May I get a motion in order to approve the Student Progression Plan as presented?
I move to approve the student progression plan as presented.
Second. Motion by Ms. Barker, second by Mr. Edward. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. Ms. Barker?
Yes.
Ms. Marinelli?
Yes.
It's also just randomly shutting off Jamal. Only 4? All right, thank you.
Oh.
Ms. Ziegler?
Yes.
And Mr. Edwards? Yes. And the chair votes yes also. Motion carries 5-0. Next, I'm moving into item 10.2. I'm going to go ahead as the chair, and I'm going to go ahead and begin this and use my privilege as the chair to begin this conversation in reference to 10.2, which will also then go into 10.3. I've done a lot of research in reference to this, and I want everybody to understand that I look at this as a law enforcement officer as I'm going forward, and I heard what everybody has said. I think that one of the things, and a couple of things, is I'm going to be kind of asking different questions of Mr. Dugan, of Mr. Connor, as we move forward in reference to this, because I want to make sure everybody gets all the information, because one of the things that we talk about is about the transparency as it relates to what we do in the boardroom. I could tell you that has been modeled by us. I know that Mr. Connor definitely, especially when the budget, it's been modeled. So as we move forward, it has been modeled, and that's just one of the things that I spent a long time on this. So what I would tell everybody is that even though that it may look like we're not listening to, we are not able to respond from the dais, but everything that happens, we're able to take back with us, and we ended up doing our research, and we contact Mr. Dugan to the point of, and Mr. Connor, I know as this board member, that they really don't want to probably take my calls anymore, because I'm always looking for clarification to do what's right. So the way that I looked at this, and I'm going to present it tonight, is in reference to how I'm looking at to be sure that we are compliant with the law, but to originally give some basis behind it to the reason why the changes had to be made to begin with, because I think that there is still some misunderstanding of why they had to be done, and they did have to be done based upon an actual court ruling that stated the reason it had to be done, which ultimately caused both of our policies to be in noncompliance as the way they were presented, as these changes were made prior to the recent court rulings, which caused this to do this. So one of the things that I would ask on first is for Mr. Dugan to just give us the reasoning and the rationale why we had to change the code of conduct, as well as 10.2, which ultimately would be policies 2.71 and of course, I'm blocked out of here, which would be ultimately 2.71, 2.7A, 2.17A in reference to moving forward. Mr. Duggan, please.
So, so we go to great lengths to put you in a position to have policies that are compliant. I know Mr. Prento does a lot of the heavy lifting, but I do a lot of the legal analysis on this. This is about compliance. When we apply for federal aid, and the finance people could tell you with more precision how much federal aid we get, but it's my understanding millions of dollars per year. We make assurances that our policies are in compliance with federal regulations. And although there is a lot of overlap between the laws that apply to students and the laws that apply to employees in the educational context, there are different laws, and over the last couple of years, those laws have kind of gone in a different direction as far as the enumerated classes are concerned, regarding what the term in each of the two laws. On the employee side, it's called Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which deals with employees in the employment context, and under Title IX of the Educational Amendments Act of 1972, which is commonly known as Title IX, which applies to students in the educational environment. So I want to kind of walk through the differences. And historically, we have had one set of enumerated protections that apply to both. And based on the way the law has diverged over the last couple of years, a different approach is perhaps warranted now. So on the employee side, it's actually pretty easy. Based on a court opinion called Bostock, it came from the United States Supreme Court in 2020. The term sex for employment discrimination protections means, it has been interpreted to mean sex, sexual orientation, transgender status, gender identity, and gender expression. A fairly broad reading of the protected classes as it applies specific to employees. Now, believe it or not, those protections have not, on the student side, been extended yet. This Supreme Court opinion is pretty narrow and applies to employees in the employment context. Regarding students, it's more complicated given the different approaches regarding the law that applies to students, Title IX, and its definition of sex. The pendulum has swung back and forth in Washington, D.C. based on the presidential administrations regarding Title IX. There also have been pronounced differences between the interpretations of the companion state laws that are similar to Title IX between Tallahassee and Washington, D.C., which has prevented from the last few years districts around the state from really being in compliance with both at the same time. There's been no way, given the inconsistencies between the two laws, how to be in compliance with both. So it's kind of forced districts to, from a legal perspective, kind of walk a tightrope a little bit. Regarding the federal Title IX regulations, under the first Trump administration, there was a set of regulations issued regarding Title IX that took a very narrow approach to the term sex. In those regulations, there's no mention of transgender status, gender identity, gender expression. They do, however, include in those particular regulations parental, family, and marital status, pregnancy, childbirth, and termination of pregnancy under the umbrella of sex. So that's much different than what the protections are on the employee side of the house. When the Biden administration took office, they, of course, issued Title IX regulations of their own, which is their right to do, which took a much more broader look at what the term sex meant for the purposes of Title IX. It called for things like gender equality and used terms such as sexual orientation, sex characteristics, including intersex traits and sex stereotypes. Now, those regulations became law at the end of 2024 after they went through the regulatory process and then were invalidated based on two court opinions, the first of which happened last August after we passed last year's Code of Student Conduct, which is why this is only ripe now. This is the first time it's been up for approval since then. But what has happened in between those two things is a court injunction that was issued nationwide last August, striking and invalidating all of those regulations. There was another similar court ruling in January of this year. Then the administration took office in January of this year, and one of the first things they did was issue a series of executive orders, essentially that did two things. They made clear, whether you agree with it or not, that the federal policy and the policies moving forward with the federal government do not recognize transgender status and gender identity groups. And then the other thing they did, which along those same lines, is they invalidated the Biden-era executive orders that recognize those groups. In the aftermath of those executive orders, on February 4th of this year, the United States Department of Education issued an advisory letter stating that the expectation was that educational institutions such as our school district will follow the regulations that were in effect during that first Trump administration, because since the Biden regulations had been invalidated by the courts, that defaulted back to the regulations from the first Trump administration. And for students, this left us again with that more narrow definition of sex, which includes sex, sexual orientation, pregnancy, termination of pregnancy, childbirth, parental, family, and marital status, but again, does not specifically enumerate transgender status, gender identity, gender expression, those type of terms. Now, this is consistent, this position, with a 2022 federal appellate court opinion called Adams, which in the context of a bathroom policy at Nice High School in Ponte Vedra, Florida, indicated that when Title IX was enacted in the early 70s, the congressional intent at that time and the purpose behind that law was essentially that sex be based on biology at birth. And they actually said that if Congress intends something different, then it's up to Congress, not the courts, to make those distinctions. So we have the Trump-era executive orders, we have the Trump-era regulations, we have the Adams Federal Appeals Court opinion, all inconsistent, and we also have the approach from the state of Florida that interprets the word sex. And there's been a couple things that have happened. You may recall in 2022, House Bill 7 actually went through and changed the term gender to sex for purposes of the education code throughout it. That also defined essentially, and with credit to Ms. Newcomb, there are some exceptions for chromosomes, but essentially defined sex as the policy of the state of Florida as biological at birth. So now you have the state policy for the first time in several years in conformance with the federal policy, which has not been the case over the last several years. So fast forward to the beginning of the summer when we're taking steps to approve the student code of conduct. Again, when we apply for federal aid, we make assurances that we're in compliance. It's actually written right into the regulations, and we make representations and agree that if something goes out of compliance, we will fix it. So it is that symmetry between the state and federal policy, the way that it has developed, that has led us to take an approach and a recognition that there's not a one-size-fits-all way to define the enumerated classes because of the difference between employees that, believe it or not, have more protections in the workplace than a student does in the schools. No reasonable way to have a one-size-fits-all list of all of the categories. So with that in mind, when it came time to approve the student code of conduct with the representations we make about, about compliance for federal aid purposes. Again, my understanding in the millions of dollars a year, we tried to come up with a practical approach that talked about all students and every student because there's no way to enumerate all of the protected classifications for employees and for students in a way that is reasonable without listing them all out. And if we listed them all out, some might say that that's more divisive because those lists would be different and would give more protections to employees than to students. So we pragmatically tried to come up with the policy, knowing that this is a controversial issue, that there's no way to make everybody happy and to satisfy everybody on both sides of the spectrum, to try to have some middle ground and try to come up with something that was common sense, that gave protections, which is what I think everyone wants to do to everybody, to bullying, harassment, those type of things. So I can tell you that was the basis for how we got to where we are. But there is a legal basis for it. We make assurances that we're going to be in compliance. I don't have a crystal ball about, what would happen if we weren't in compliance. But I can tell you, we go to great lengths to try to have policies that are compliant. So that's the basis from a legal standpoint and how we got here from a policy standpoint.
So it was a 2.71 again. So we do have the legal standing that basically says for us to be in compliance. So when I look at this, as I'm always looking for compliance and what we're going to do in regard to following the federal law. So you look at that in 2.71, when 2.7 was created, which I have, which is the old policy, isn't it correct, Mr. Dugan, at the time that students and employees were in the same policy listed with the same exact protections, correct?
Since I've been here since 2021, that's been the case.
So with that, and that's been the standard, what I'm getting at is that that's the standard. And now that we know, because we have the court cases to show that they have to be separate, because what you have just said is that the student and the employees actually have different, I guess whatever to better say is they have different protections. Is that correct?
If you were to list them out based on the way that the laws are written and interpreted, the list between the protections for students and the list between protections for employees would be different lists. They wouldn't be exactly the same.
So at the end of the day, 2.71, currently the way that it sits with the changes, which is the legal changes that have become, 2.71 as it sits is not a policy that is in compliance because it lists all of it for both. Is that correct? So it would need to be changed. So the first thing what I'm trying to get at is the policy would have to be changed because we're not in compliance with what the law is based upon how it currently stands, correct?
So the policy lists the protections for transgender and gender identity and gender expression for students, and my interpretation is that is beyond what the law would call for from a compliance standpoint.
So we're not in compliance based upon the current law, correct?
As written, yes.
Thank you. So we need to change it either way. So that's the first thing I wanted to make sure that everybody understands. The reason we're changing it is because we have to change it. We don't have it because we need to be sure that we're in compliance. The other thing.
And I would add to that, if you want to be in compliance for the purposes of the assurances you make as a recipient of federal aid, you have to change it.
Which brings me to Mr. Connor. In reference to this, when we do submit federal applications and we do this and we look for grant monies, then we have to be, and you're assuring us as rest of the board that we are going to be in compliance. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
So ultimately, if we did that, then that would not be ethically, and it potentially is a violation because we're saying that we would be in compliance. Is that correct, Mr. Dugan?
Yes, I don't have a crystal ball about.
I understand that.
But yes, to be
I know you're an attorney and you want to tell me because it's, I get it. But I'm just saying, is it yes?
Yes.
And I'm not trying to put you down. I'm just saying,
understood.
Thank you. I'm just trying to cut some time. All right, so that being all stated, we have to make the changes based upon that, based on what it is, and we need to be in compliance because one thing that we can't do with a $33 million budget cut is we cannot be in non-compliance and then send something in that says we are, where we may not get the funding, because at the worst case scenario, that's what they could do. So if we don't, then we're assuming risk, rolling the dice, saying that we're in compliance when we know that we're not, because our policy, the currently way that it's written, wouldn't allow us to be in compliance. So that being stated, I've listened to a lot of stuff and done a lot of things and a lot of fact finding and went through a lot of stuff. One of the things that I looked at when I talked to like I said, Mr. Duggan, and I value his opinion, I value Mr. Connor's. I trust them implicitly for both of them. When I went ahead and I looked at this, it's one of the things I looked at law enforcement. I said to you, what is Florida State Statute 316.23? Or what is Florida State Statute 316.123 or 12? Or, if it's to me, I was like, okay, so we're basically stating, and if we look at our current policy, that all means all, but we're also basically current stating that we are going to follow what we've put in the policy as Title IX. We're going to put in there that we're following all of these different policies. We're following Title IX. We're policing the Florida Educational Equity Act, the Title IX of the Education of 1972, the Title VII of the Civil Rights in 1964, Equal Opportunity Employment Commission. So we're following all these things, but unfortunately, I could just say at a layman's perspective or as a parental perspective or as a law enforcement is that I look at that, I want to be able to make sure that I understand what that says because I'm okay, and I explained to everybody that what I meant was all is all, but I also know that if I were to say those things about the statutes, is you may not know what they are, and you would have to look them up to find out what they are. So in this person's opinion, and this is only from me as the board chair, and that's all that it is, and I've thought about this a million times, is that I see no issue if we're saying we're following it, that if we're following it, that we can add language to it that says this is what we're following. It doesn't change that we're not following. It doesn't change. It still has to say all. It still has to say all. It still has to be presented in the way that the mayor is, because we have to catch everybody, including the redhead kids, including everybody. But that ultimately, if we're following the standard and we cite it that we're following the standard, then all I can tell you is looking at it as a layman or judicially and say, okay, if that's the case, then I need to know what it is in order to make sure we follow, because I understand what all means. All means all means all. So I would suggest moving forward, and I'm going to take comment, is as we look at this, that I have gotten with Mr. Duggan, and as we bring these up, I would go ahead and I would add what basically was just stated to the policy, which basically says is what we're protecting so that we are compliant with law. So if certain parts of the policy that we're not to be able to be compliant with based on the statutory change, this makes us compliant with the law, because that is ultimately what we have to do, and that is the only thing that I want to do as we move forward, period, end of day. So even though it says all being all, even though it says that we're doing all these things, but it also states in our policy, so nobody up here is going to say that we are doing anything in order to take away anybody's civil liberties or anybody's rights. What they're basically saying is we would like it to be enumerated in the context that people can understand exactly what it is in reference to the 5-6 things that I've already stated. So when I look at those 5 or 6 things that I've already stated, and I look at the ultimate thing, and I look at it from that lens, and I sit there and I say, okay, so if that's me, and I want to look at this and I say, okay, if we're saying we're following it, then I don't see the issue that we would put in there with the changes Mr. Duggan just stated, that we put in there exactly what the protections are. And then obviously in 271, which you look at the policy, it splits out between students and employees because we have to do that because it's two different set of rules and protections, as well as it says in 300 in reference to when we get to that, which it says the student code of conduct. So that ultimately what it does, it splits it because we have to change the policy. But I don't see any issue with basically stating with all the court cases that saying if we're saying we're following them, which we're all saying, which is all in there, which it says all, then I see no reason why we can't put in there and say what it means. Because if I was looking at a Florida state statute and I said what's 16 such and such, then I'd want to put it in there. So an example, as I'm trying not to talk in circles, but it sounds pretty much like a circle, is what I'm saying is the policy as it's presented in all should stay the way that it is with it, but I would add that we can also put in there that this is what it is with the legislative changes so that it shows what the protections are, because we are still citing it within the policy. So it would say, which is currently applies to students, includes race, color, religion, sex, including sexual orientation, parental, family, marital status, pregnancy, child, termination of pregnancy or recovery, national origin, age, disability, generic information as it is to the family, marital status, children, pregnancy, childbirth, termination of pregnancy, recover therein, national origin, age, disability, and generic, which is exactly what I had Ms. Duggan explain, which is what the new standard states. So that specifically states what is being protected with the legislative change, if that makes sense. So we're putting it back in, but we're not putting all of it in because we can't based on the legal change as related to from the judicial that we got, because we can't put those other pieces and we have to split the policy, which the policy for the employee stays the same. The policy for the kids is what ends up changing because now they're separate based on case law that we got, which is what's cited with Mr. Duggan.
I think what you're saying, Mr. Enos, is still have it say any and all, but then list out specific enumerations for students and specific enumerations for employees as well?
That's ultimately what I'm saying, is because, again, looking at it in the big picture, nothing is changing. Is that still saying we're following all these protections, but we're showing what the protections are, being them changed by the latest legislative rulings. So again, it gives that opinion, and it also makes us within compliance so that when we do a file for federal aid, that we're all in compliance so the district can do that, because I would never ask anybody to lie or to say that we're in compliance when our policy would not be based upon the standard you just set. So with that would be my recommendation, and I would make a motion to add particular language as it relates to 10.2. And what I say is in 2.71, there would be a motion I'd make, 2.71A, which ultimately gives it the same stuff. Also with the discrimination, and then we would get into the 300.3 when we get there, would we do the same exact stuff, but it would just be specific to the changes that relates to children, so that there would be no vagueness that relates to what it means. But everything would stay the same in reference to all, because I still think it should be, as I said originally, I thought it was a good thing that it was all, but with the legislative changes and some of the vagueness around why we're even doing this, I wanted to be on record that we're doing this because we have to. We're not in compliance. There has been judicial rulings to state that we have to change it. That's have changed in reference to some of the issues, especially in reference to Title IX, and based on those, we should let people know what changes are, so when they read the policy that they would understand. But it does absolutely nothing and changes the policy. It just says this is what it is. So that being said, I don't know if for reasonings we need to make a motion, get a second, and do for discussion. Mr. Dugan, can you advise?
I think you'd have to make a specific motion, and I think what you're saying, Mr. Enos, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm the lawyer, not the board member, is that you would amend the first paragraph of 2.71 to add language at the end of where we list out the laws, middle of the first paragraph, that ends with the terms equal employment opportunity, adding the language
which, as they are currently applied to students, includes race, color, religion, sex, including sexual orientation, parental, family, and marital status, pregnancy, childbirth, and termination of pregnancy or recovery therefrom, comma, national origin, age, disability, and genetic information. And as it currently applies to employees, includes race, color, religion, sex, including sexual orientation, parental, family, and marital status, pregnancy, childbirth, and termination of pregnancy or recovery therefrom. It would also include gender identity, transgender status, national origin, age, disability, and genetic information.
Correct. That would be the motion that I would make in order to state and show what the changes are and the reason why we're making the policy change. And I think that just puts it in layman's why we're doing it, and this is what the change is, which does enumerate, since we have had those hearings and rulings, that you can't have it the same anymore. So I'd like to make that motion and looking for a second.
Second it.
Well, second, Ms. Marinelli. And so now we're open for discussion. Mr. Edwards?
I need to see the policy. I can't go in the circles that were presented here. And so I don't want to complicate Robert's rules because I know we have a motion and a second. But I would amend the motion to continue our consideration of this policy until the board has had a chance to review it in writing. That would be my thoughts. And extend the current policies as written, at least through the end of the year, so that we can also accommodate the views of a new board member coming on. That's kind of how I'm looking at it. I need to see it.
So there's a motion and a second on the table. I think what you are,
Yes.
but an amendment to end the discussion, I think, right? So I think we have to vote on the motion and that has been seconded. I think the proper procedural vehicle would be to me, that's not an amendment. Where an amendment would be to change the language that has been moved. I think what you're really trying to do is just suspend the discussion, right?
Until I see what Mr. Enos is proposing. But I have an additional question. And it's not to complicate the Roberts Rules, it's just a question. Can a school board offer additional protections beyond what the federal government provides so that parents and students feel safe, feel protected beyond and then let it go to court and be challenged in court?
So, sure, I think that's a totally valid question that I think the audience has been dying for somebody to ask.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so, if you want to be in compliance, I think the policy, the way it's written or as it has been proposed to be amended, would be compliant. You certainly can pass a policy that's not compliant. There's some risk involved in that. I don't have a crystal ball to know how much that is. Obviously, it would be up to you to decide how much risk you're willing to tolerate.
May I point of order, just because this is a discussion, but we have a motion and a second, and then an amendment to, I think, suspend, and the appropriate thing would be a second to that, and then figure out what our next action is, because it's open right now. So if I may, I would ask that at least a second be presented to Mr. Edwards' motion before we continue.
Okay, there a second to Mr. Edwards' motion, which I would mean to amend to delete the motion. Is that a fair way to say it?
Well, I think I'd ask that there just be clarification of what's being asked.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable. I'm sorry, I'm not comfortable with the direction that this conversation is going because it's going all over the place. And I think we need to deal with one thing at a time. And
it's on your motion.
We have a motion. We've had it seconded. So.
And then there's a motion, which if Mr. Edwards.
There's a motion to amend, which I think he is meaning to amend to nothing,
Okay,
right?
No, let's say that I would make a motion to amend a continuance of the discussion until the board has had a chance to read the policy.
Which I think is just a motion to end the discussion. Really, it's not really an amendment to the motion.
Interpret it as you will, but I'm not disqualifying Mr. Enos's motion and Mrs. Marinelli's second. I'm saying I don't want to vote on that until I've had a chance to read the policy and digest it. Or the changes that.
Procedurally, my suggestion, because we're getting into like a Robert's Rule final exam here.
Agreed.
I would say this: if the will of the board is to continue this to another discussion, you would vote against Mr. Enos's motion that's seconded, which will take us back to the beginning, and then it would be, I think, thereafter a motion to suspend discussion of this point till a future meeting.
Fair enough.
But right now there is a Mr. Enos has made a motion. It has been seconded. Mr. Edwards has made a motion that has not been seconded. So again, I think we're on Mr. Enos's motion right now. So I guess we would be in the posture if there's any more discussion. If there's no more discussion, vote on Mr. Enos's motion, which if you want to go with Mr. Enos, you vote for it. If you wanted to, I think what Mr. Edwards is suggesting, you would vote against it.
So as we move forward here, so just to make sure of the clarification, because we have a first and a second, and I understand Mr. Edwards is he would like to table the discussion till he's able to read it. So at that point, we can address that as because obviously it's not an amendment to the motion. It doesn't have to be voted on first. It's actually another motion which would ultimately be tabled, I think, is from my understanding is Robert's rules. That being stated, I would just say that what my motion is to keep the policy as presented, but to be in compliance with the actual definitions of what we are basically saying is protected without anything else, with what has to be. So being that, Mr. Edwards, do you have any more discussion on that, or would you like to wait? Because I know Ms. Ziegler is up after you.
I'm confused as to what I'm voting on, to be honest with you. I can appreciate that you've made a change to the policy as it was advertised. And you've made a motion to that, and it's been seconded. I don't want to vote on that until I've read it, because I might like it. But if you're forcing me to vote no, when I'm asking for a continuance for all of us to have a chance to read it and digest it, the changes that were advertised, and the community has a right to see the changes as they're written. So I'm not a Robert's Rules expert. I'm asking, I guess you're the closest thing to a parliamentarian. I guess how do I get there?
Sure. So we have a motion from Mr. Enos that was seconded. That is what is on the floor right now for a vote. Your choices would be to vote to approve it or vote it down, or I guess Mr. Enos could withdraw it, the motion. What you're suggesting is an amendment to that, but really it's not an amendment to the motion itself. It's to table the discussion. So we have to address Mr. Enos's motion first because it's been seconded to procedurally. And so if you want to support what Mr. Enos has done, it would be a yes vote. If you want to not support what Mr. Enos says because you like what Mr. Edwards says more, it would be a no vote. That would take us back to the beginning, and then would properly, I think, you would do a motion to table the discussion.
I think that's the cleanest way, yeah, I would say.
I think that's the cleanest way to do it. The only other thing I'll throw out is we statutorily have to pass a code of student conduct each year. We do not have to make changes to 7.1, 7.1A, and 7.3. We can make changes to those, but we have to pass student codes of conduct.
With that, I do have another question.
Okay.
The current policy in the Student Code of Conduct goes to 2025. So it doesn't have to be passed because what's in existence is through 2025. It changes as we pass the new policy from 2025 to 2026. So all of that could go in continuance to address those changes. So I'm just pointing that out.
I think that the one is for the 24-25 school year, which obviously is over. I think what we don't have to pass it today, but we have to pass it before the end of the year.
Fair.
And I think there are going to be different challenges when there's 4 board members than 5 board members. I'll just throw that out there. Just from a quorum and in order to have a majority vote would, with 4 members, require 3 votes. So I just throw that out there for the board.
So at the end, what the motion I have, and then we'll go Ms. Ziegler's next, is to keep the current policy, but just put in what the actual enumerations are with the change that occurred with the latest court rulings. That's what I could have said from the beginning, but that's what I was trying to put through.
And the other option would be, if you wish to take a short recess, I could probably put it together for you if you all wanted to see it, if that is helpful. I throw that out there if that is something that would be useful.
Ms. Marinelli?
I think we need to take a short break. I know I need to take a break, but we can have Mrs. Blair talk.
I think that we
Yeah.
should have discussion, I mean, before we, thank you,
Ms.
okay.
Ziegler, please.
I can respect the components of wanting to read it, I would too, so I'm clear. I do know that as we start the beginning of school, there is value in having the Code of Student Conduct confirmed, presented, and clear. I think that's something the staff actually has worked aggressively on to ensure that, because years ago we would be behind the ball and it was kind of the wrong posture to kind of start off, and we're somewhat delayed in that in of itself. With punting it to new board member, I'm not opposed to that. I hope that timeline won't be, I just don't know what that timeline looks like, and there is a high probability we could be in a split situation. I don't know what that looks like. So for the purposes of the topic that Mr. Enos had brought up, and which is the motion it's the initial motion, right? So he didn't put forward what was presented. He made a motion to add additional language. And I understand and appreciate the entire complexities of the compliance side. And I think that it's valuable for the community to understand previously where the state and federal government were at odds, and now there's alignment, which allows us to present something. And I know that Mr. Parento and Mr. Duggan did a lot in mind, having worked through this over a couple of years, to give it the right posture to support the ultimate goal, which is all. And I believe that if you we reference the policies and the statutes that may have flux, but the conversation ultimately to me is all is meaningful. And I think that we do, in fact, if we start enumerating, we can, as noted, you're going to start leaving people out. And I could start making amendments to the high heavens to add tall people, overweight people. I mean, I can think of all the different scenarios in which students find themselves bullied, because kids are mean oftentimes in the developmental stages. And so that, to me, finds us going backwards. I think that we have found ourselves as an opportunity with a core focus of the academics, and all meaning all, because everyone has risk factors of being potentially harassed and bullied, and we want to protect all of them. And we certainly will recognize federal and state law as is referenced in the policy that was presented. I think this is an opportunity, and this is why I fundamentally believe in what was presented, is there's been, unfortunately, an overemphasis on identity politics, the component where I think it undermines. I'm sure it started with good intentions, but when our students enter the schools, we should at least send the message that you are all students. If there's one thing we all have in common, we're all different. But when we're here, we're focused on educating our students, supporting all students, and that no person is more protected than the other from any harassment and bullying. I think the biggest takeaway for me in a lot of the conversations that I've heard from students, and I've talked to lots of people that have not been here tonight, students and families alike, is there is going to always be bullying issues, and we need to make sure that the enforcement is followed up properly. That is my biggest takeaway from a lot of the feedback. But ultimately, I feel like we have an opportunity to end the division where we are emphasizing certain subcategories when it should, in fact, mean all. So I would amend Ms. Enos' motion to strike the language and go back to the original language that was presented on the agenda. That is my motion.
We have a motion that Mr. Enos moved to amended. That was second. There's discussion. Now Ms. Ziegler has made a motion to amend Mr. Enos's motion to essentially strike the added language and go back to the original motion that was on the table, and that would require a second.
That's correct.
But is there a second? I guess would be the question.
I will second it just for the sake of being able to have all the discussions.
Okay.
Okay, and then there would be discussion on now Ms. Ziegler's motion to amend the amended motion to return the language, to strike language that Mr. Enos had added and essentially return us to the original language that is on the agenda.
To clear, so that what we're looking and talking about is what was presented and attached to the agenda, just for simplification purposes. That's where we are now.
Ms. Barker?
Sorry. I want to start by saying that the work that you're seeing happen right now is valuable. And what we are doing as a board is important. And I am so grateful to my fellow board members that they are willing to have these conversations. That said, in terms of Ms. Ziegler's amendment, that we go back to just saying, I'm not in favor of that. I hear what you're telling us, Mr. Duggan. But I don't know of any law that makes it so that school districts are not allowed to protect students above and beyond. I understand that the legal landscape has changed and the legal landscape will continue to change. And it will depend on who's in office. But at the end of the day, protection shouldn't depend on who's in office. We have a responsibility as school board members to work with the legislation that we're given in a way that is ethical and that protects the most vulnerable of our students. And so I won't be supporting Ms. Ziegler's amendment. I'm open to Mr. Enos's amendment, but I agree with Mr. Edwards that I'd like to say that first before we, and am I allowed to ask a question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Just checking. So in Mr. Enos's additions, would, for, just to be crystal clear, employees would have protections based on sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, but students would not. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
That's
thank you for clearing that
yes.
up. Okay.
Ms. Marinelli?
Thank you. I feel like we're playing like tennis, back and forth, back and forth. And right now we have to deal with who's in office now, whether you agree or you don't agree. We have to deal with making our policy and how we're going to do it and live with it. So I definitely like the all, and everybody knows that I have said that. And I have spent many days and nights thinking of this. I've received emails for the pros and cons, people that want it, people that don't want it. I've had conversations with students. I've had conversations with teachers, current teachers, and they just want it done. And the teachers that I have talked to, they like all, because they know that every student will be protected. And I made some notes this morning because even though it says in here, disability, but who's bringing up a child that is severely handicapped and nonverbal? I haven't really heard anything like that. And I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm just saying we have so many children. We have teens that become pregnant. And my job is to make sure that that teen has every advantage educationally that this district has to offer. I thought about our Jewish students who have been, what's going on in our
college campuses, what's going on with the Palestinians. It's Hamas. Look at the pressure that they're under. I want to make sure that if anybody says anything to them, that they have all the protections. And I like all means all. To me, it takes out a lot of the politicalness, because when you start making all these groups where where it has specifically had stated that sex orientation, to me, that tells you nobody, whether you're transgender or what, you do not get bullied. My main thing is that, and I go to Superintendent Connor, that the training from administrators to teachers to every staff member, and the importance of knowing what is to be done when any student comes and says they are being bullied. And if it's not done, then there needs to be the follow through and a consequence, because this is too serious. So all means all it means every single student, from whether you're IB, masked, Cambridge, whatever, to our most vulnerable at Oak Park that cannot defend themselves. We have kids that cannot talk, cannot move. And I want to make sure that they are protected until age 22. That's how important it is to me as this board member that every student is protected and has all the protections they are entitled. So I would be supporting, well, I don't even know yet.
Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, Mr. Edwards is next, and Ms. Ziegler.
Thank you. I have to say this. I left the boardroom pretty frustrated when the board passed that this policy was going to be advertised. I was frustrated. And why I was frustrated was because what I heard was in an emotional outburst from one of my fellow board members that all meant all, with the exception of LGBTQ and transgender. That's what I heard. That's when I said I can't vote that way, and because when I lived all meaning all, I defended all students, all teachers, when the boardroom was full of people giving homophobic slurs, you name it, racial slurs. I defended all, and I meant all. But when I heard that carve out in the last month's meeting, and then went home and read on social media thanking my fellow conservatives for supporting parent rights, it became even more political than it needed to be. And that's why I'm very clear that I will not be supporting Mrs. Ziegler's motion. And so I'd like to call that vote.
So what is on the table right now is we have regarding, this is only regarding 2.71 at this point. We have a motion by Mr. Enos to amend the language presented on the agenda to essentially add the enumerations for employees and for students. Then we have a motion that was seconded. Then we had an amended motion, Ms. Ziegler, that was seconded to strike that language that Mr. Enos sought to add by amendment and return us to the original language as presented in the documents on the agenda. So that's what's before us right now. The vote that needs to happen by this board is on Ms. Ziegler's amended motion to strike the language that Mr. Enos seeks to add, and which would result in returning us to the original language that is presented in writing on the agenda.
I can close on my amendment so we can vote since it's been called. But I'd like to say, that we are at a point where, again, hear and listen to even the comments you just made, which are not entirely accurate, quite frankly, that when we are trying to move forward as an academic institution, all meaning all, we're going to move past what I believe has really burdened academic institutions in K-12 because there's been an overemphasis on identification, how you identify. It's this, that, whatever, and there's less focus on academics. I say this without confusing the fact that I believe and I stand behind that no person for any reason should be subject to bullying and harassment. And again, I go back to the issue seems to be enforcement, not any other language that are enumerated. There were many people who spoke today, and I think this is a good point, that mentioned over the course of history how all has changed. And I applaud you because what's great is we have highlighted those areas in which this country has addressed those. And what's even better is our policy references all of those changes and current protections. So those are not going away. What concerns me is either the intentional or unintentional statements over and over again that protections are being removed and they are not. Now, when we add, there are components when it comes into the gender identity, piece that it's no longer there when it comes to the student component as per law. And I want to be very candid about that, so no one's trying to pull the wool over any eyes. That regardless if a student identifies differently, there have certain laws that they have to provide. I mean, they have to follow sex as defined as biological. That is the law, and that is the policy, and that will be the policy in this district. That does not mean that we can't afford proper accommodations. And again, those people are not subject to be bullied either. The problem that I've found is that kind of language has been used to actually create more division and create bullying towards people who are trying to focus on facts and making sure that our educational institution supports those components. So I, again, believe that the work that's been done and the articulation that council did to explain why we are here puts us in the best posture to ensure that all students are supported. No bullying and harassment is allowed. You want to go down the path of enumerating additional ones, then we're going to leave people out. And I think that, let's be realistic, there are a lot of things, there are a lot of classifications that that students find themselves being bullied for, and they would not be included here. And I believe the goal is that we don't want anyone to feel out of that circle. And so I think this is the opportunity to, one, allow the support and the policy to align to the Student Code of Conduct, which is the superseding policies, get us back to, again, a focus that's not dividing our students on how do you identify, what do you classify as, what are you this? All of you matter. All of you matter. And I believe that Mr. O'Connor reiterated at the last meeting that the professionals in our district are sufficient to continue to support that. We clearly have an enforcement issue, so maybe those are where our energy and focus will be. To me, this is not a distraction. This is getting us away from that and getting us back to all means all. When you are here, you are our students, and we are focused on ensuring you receive the education possible. And we remove all of the identity politics from it, because that is what I've seen become a massive dividing component and a massive division in our community, and certainly a distraction in our schools. So I close on my motion.
That being stated, we have a call for the vote. First thing I have to do is we will go ahead and do a voice vote in reference to Ms. Ziegler's motion, which has been seconded, which is in reference to striking the language that I presented, which just basically states that all is still there. All we're doing is stating what ultimately the federal laws state. With that, we'll do a voice vote. Ms. Barker.
No.
Ms. Marinelli.
I'm torn. because I can both.
See how it falls.
I know I need to vote, but I'm struggling because both of them, because I'm real, yes.
Ms. Ziegler?
Yes.
Mr. Edwards?
No.
And in order for discussion, the vote will, we'll get back to the original, the chair will vote no, but we'll go back to the original motion with that. And if it's to the will of the board in order to withdraw it, then I will withdraw it in order for you to be able to, I voted, so the motion fails 3-2. So that goes into back to the motion that I made in reference to that. So now that goes back.
The motion, no.
The amendment. The amendment to the motion
You voted no on Ms. Ziegler's motion, so there's 3 no's to Ms. Ziegler's motion to amend and only 2 in support.
That's what I stated.
So that motion, in order to restore to the original language, you would have had to have voted yes.
No, he means his.
My amendment failed. We're back down to the initial motion.
Now to Tim.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Your amendment failed 2-3.
Yeah, that's
So
what I
now
stated.
we're back to Mr. Enos's motion to amend the language that says all, but that has the enumerations for students and employees separately.
So with that, what I would state is, as to the whatever is the pleasure of the board, if it needs to be withdrawn so that you would be able to read it, that would be fine. If not, all that I'm saying is I agree, and I want to just make sure I'll start the discussion. I agree 100% with what I originally stated last week. I agree with what Ms. Ziegler is also stating. What I'm saying is that it's been removed in reference to the gender identity. It's been removed in those pieces with the court rulings. And all that I'm saying is that at the end of the day, all that I'm doing is saying, as a layman's terms, these are what it says, and this is what that means, but the all supersedes all of it. And that's ultimately what the motion was to begin with, was to say, all is all. It still means everything. So if the will of the board is to go ahead and to table it,
I'll support that.
then I will withdraw it, and then we would ultimately we'll table this for discussion, which also would include which also would, I guess, would include, we'd have to get a motion for this code of conduct.
I think the cleanest thing procedurally to do would just be to vote against it, and then we are back to, there's no motions on the table, and it would be a motion to table the discussion.
No, because I don't want that on record. No, that's going to be.
Okay, so I guess,
Move to table and then seconded,
wanna
and then.
okay,
My
so,
motion to table was for seconded.
okay.
Right,
Well,
so
is
then
there a motion to table?
I'll
the
move to
discussion?
table.
So now
I move to table this discussion.
Is there a second?
Whatever, second.
3 motions to move it, but we also, so yeah.
So I guess we have a motion to table the discussion that's been seconded. Now, is there a vote or discussion or vote is what your choices would be at this point on that?
we have a motion to table it already, correct?
In a second.
And a second, so we would have to have discussion to vote on that. Any discussion? Ms. Marinelli?
I'm going to vote against tabling it because I like how we've been going through this process, and I would like to vote on what Mr. Enos's original motion was, and we start eliminating or we go forward. I don't like that we're just going to table it and leave it when we're still not all in agreement or understanding. So I would rather have we do the vote, it either passes or it doesn't, and then we go to the third step instead of just tabling it. I won't support that.
In reference to the discussion, that also comes back to if it makes it easier to withdraw it than to do the table, then I would also do that. I know we have a motion and a second, but would be ultimately as what I would do. So that being stated, Ms. Barker?
I moved to table this discussion because I think it requires more discussion.
We have a motion to table already that's seconded. So really the discussion, you either have a discussion about whether to table
Table
it
it, that's
or
what
you just vote table it or not.
Right, that's what
Right.
she's doing.
Okay, so
Right. So I think that this deserves more discussion and whether we need to have a special meeting, whether we, I don't know what we need to do, but we need to have more discussion about this, obviously. And I think that is important for you all to know that we are listening and we are working together to try to find something that we feel is appropriate and legal and protects our students. So I maintain my motion to table this discussion and keep working on it.
Ms. Ziegler?
So I can understand with the added language, and I understand where Mr. Enos was trying to go. However, obviously, I was very comfortable with the language that was presented initially. But I think if we're adding additional language or if there's more discussion, I think I'm okay with tabling it. At a future board meeting, we will revisit it when to address those changes or recommendations so we can move forward.
We'll go ahead and vote. Ms. Barker?
Yes.
Ms. Marinelli? Ms. Ziegler?
Yes.
Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
And the chair would vote no. Motion carries 3-2 at this point. Moving forward, it is now tabled in reference to 10.2.
now, specifically only 2.71. You would have to, I think, vote on 2.71A, 2.713 also.
So do I make a motion to table those
To table 2.71A and 2.713.
I move to table 2.71A and 0.713. 2.73.
Correct.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Edwards. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Barker?
Yes.
Ms. Marinelli?
No.
Ms. Ziegler?
Yes.
Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
And the chair votes no, would be 3-2. Next motion, Ms. Barker? There's a third, isn't there a third piece?
No, she included
Did it include both?
2.71A and 2.73. So it closes out
10.2,
10.2.
correct?
We moved to 10.3.
So now we move on to 10.3, which is the Code of Conduct. So we'd have to have a motion in 10.3.
If you wanted to move, I think to be as clean as possible, if you wish to move table, it'd be a motion to table both the elementary and the secondary version of the Code of Student Conduct.
I move to table both the elementary and the secondary version of the Student Code of Conduct.
Second.
Second by Mr. Edwards. Any discussion? Ms. Ziegler?
Thank you. I apologize to staff. I think this is frustrating, but I have confidence that there is a framework in place that, and we will get to quick resolution in this area so that we can clarify it, and would request that a copy of what Mr. East had presented, even though just for us to read and discuss it at a future meeting.
Any further discussion? Ms. Marinelli?
I'm not going to support tabling the Code of Student Conduct because I think it's extremely important that all staff have the information in their hands. And we talked about for 2 board meetings now about how important it is to being able to follow the rules and handle them. So if they don't have the Code of Student Conduct, it basically stops, even though there's been conversation that the old one would still be in place. But if there are things that aren't current, then that puts us all at risk and our staff at risk. So I will not support that.
Any other further discussion, Ms. Ziegler? Mr. Edwards? I would also say that I wouldn't support it. At the end of the day, I wasn't trying to cause any type of issue by adding it, other than just stating that I was 100% in favor of doing all, but that I thought that due to the legislative change that it needed to be spelled out. So that's stating, we'll go ahead and we'll do a voice vote in reference to the, in tabling 10.3. Which,
It would be a motion to table the elementary
and secondary.
motion to table the elementary and secondary Code of Conducts.
which we've already.
It was already seconded, so that's the vote.
Right, so now we're to the vote. Ms. Barker,
Yes.
Ms. Marinelli,
No?
Ms. Ziegler,
Yes.
Mr. Edwards.
Yes.
And the chair votes no. Motion does carry it for 3-2. That being said, move on to the next point, which is 10.4 still in here, Mr. Dugan? Or-
Yeah, and just to give you an update on this, so obviously my colleagues work on the school board account just like I do. My understanding is that the need to have the private meeting concerning this particular litigation is now moot. So it will be coming back before. My understanding is they have a tentative agreement, so there's no reason to have the private meeting in the future.
Okay, 10.4 then is no, we don't need to move forward on that, on the pending settlement. All right, that being said, that ultimately ends that piece of the agenda in reference to the new business. Now we're on to public comment general. So now it's, if you would please come up, you have 2 minutes. And Ms. Tompkins will call your name. And then we'd be able to come up, you have two minutes in reference to the general comment. Ms. Tompkins, please.
Carol Lerner and Casanova Doherty.
Well, my head's swimming a bit, but I'm going to switch over to the budget. I'd first like to commend Mr. Connor and his team for putting together a 48-page, very thoughtful explanation of how the Sarasota district is handling the budget crisis. This type of transparency and accountability is important as we navigate these treacherous waters. Implementing cutbacks is a difficult task, but Mr. Connor and his team use sensitivity in minimizing the pain, particularly to staff. But minimizing pain is not without pain. Teachers now have less supports with fewer counselors, ESOL liaisons, and behavioral coaches, while the 150 or so staff whose positions were eliminated were offered vacant jobs. How many are now working outside of their skills and comfort zone? Many of the public education supporters in this room have been warning for years of a coming crisis for public education. Rana Bazzini and I began voicing our concerns as early as 2016. How did we know? We listened to the rhetoric coming from Tallahassee, where public schools were labeled as failing schools. We saw legislators rewarding for-profit managed charter schools and voucher programs while punishing public schools and teachers. A chart in the district's own budget book shows how revenue for Sarasota schools would now be around a staggering $225 million higher per year if investments in education had just kept up with inflation. And then when the universal voucher bill was passed in 2023, the writing was on the wall. While there are many threads to this budget crisis, the primary one is school vouchers, which has sucked $45 million for this year.
Thank you. Thank you.
Casanova Doherty and Deb Hayes.
Hello, I'm Cass Doherty. Mr. Enos, thank you so much for your motion to amend the policy. I understand we are under intense legal pressure federally, and I cannot imagine the strain you're under to make this policy compliant. I appreciate your concessions and that you are doing what you can within the limits you're restricted to. I must admit, I'm sad to see you go. Your term as chair has been fair. You have led with rationality and respectable decorum. Even though I think we disagree on a few fundamental things, that is not enough to keep me from acknowledging your dedication to this district and to doing what you think is right for our students. Your absence on the dais will be felt by all across the aisle. I am concerned for whoever might fill your shoes in your absence. The fact that we will not get to elect this person or have any say in their appointment is deeply troubling to me. I know we have a town hall scheduled for September, but it is my belief that between this matter and the loss of $45 million, our district is facing more than enough to warrant another. Our community is scrambling, trying to figure out how to handle all this news and piece together what it will mean for our schools and our district. An additional town hall would be the perfect place to address that and keep us all informed and be able to react to the current evolving state of our district. Mr. Enos, truly congratulations on your new position. I wish you the absolute best. Thank you for your service as our chair. I say to you now for the last time, good evening, board, and thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I hope you have a good night.
Thank you.
Deb Hayes and Leila Newcomb.
Good evening. I'm Deb Hayes, and I'm here to talk about the budget and specifically issues of vouchers. At the most recent school board workshop, Ms. Ziegler indicated that the board all agreed that, quote, money should follow the student. Since I know that one board member cannot state the opinion as representing the entire board, I'm asking for clarification from the board as to what the opinion is when referring to vouchers. As vouchers appear to be the largest threat to public education in Florida, and of course now the district, I would like to understand exactly where this board is as a whole and how it views that statement. While I certainly agree that public school dollars should follow the student from one public school to another, one individual with many like-minded colleagues, I view the use of public tax dollars to fund private, parochial, and homeschooling to be a violation of the state's responsibility to appropriately fund public education. Many in the community see this use of public funds as a violation of the church and state. I pay taxes to provide for a good education for all students in a public environment. I do not pay taxes to subsidize wealthy individuals' private or religious education. And I certainly do not pay taxes with the intention of funding homeschool students' visits to Disney World or cruises. I am going to ask that the board spend some time in workshop or not workshop, really in a town hall with us to discuss what we really feel a district is an appropriate use of public tax dollars and how we are going to address it in terms of the years to come. Florida is already projecting revenue shortfalls and extensive in the next years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leila Newcomb and Sonia Hammond.
Leila Newcomb, and I'm a mother of two that are still in Sarasota Public Schools. It's kind of late at night for me, so I hope I get through this all right. I just want to be in support of Mr. Edwards, and because some people are saying there's a conflict of interest with this new position he took, and I'm here to tell you, I'm going to use this language, bull malarkey, to that. There is no conflict of interest. He is just standing up for certain marginalized segments of the population, showing once again that he is for every student every day, as we all are supposedly. And by doing it, that he is not standing against any other segment. So it's just basic logic 101. They are not mutually exclusive. I've also heard some fear about grooming. I mean, I'm a grandmother and I'm a grandma bear. I would trust my grandchildren with Mr. Edwards. If we're looking for sexual predators, we better look at some higher up places. But no, it's not that's ridiculous. His parents would, my grandchildren's parents would say the same thing. They'd trust him implicitly. So anyway, that's that. And on Mr. Enos, I'm so sorry to see you go. You've been actually the best chairperson that I've experienced. And I wish you the very best in protecting our students, which is probably the most important thing. Anyway, good to you. And Liz Barker, you're a ray of sunshine. That's it for me.
Thank you.
Sonia Howman and Stephen Russell. Reverend Jay Woolen. India Miller. Elizabeth Braden. Jamie Barrett.
I'm still here. Barely. Okay. I can do this. Okay, hi, it's Jamie Barrett. We have a voucher financial crisis. $45 million have been earmarked for vouchers. I'm all for school choice, but not at the expense that some are receiving scholarships from our tax dollars with no income cap. This is depleting funds from our now A-rated public schools. On top of that, the private for-profit schools are raising prices, and I suspect it's due to the coupons now given by the state. Originally, this program was for the underprivileged. Also, what about the middle class whose parents are working and barely making ends meet? Mr. Connor says the parents are leaving middle school and high schools due to class size, and I don't blame them. As millions are spent on vouchers, it is enough to provide every teacher with a generous raise and reduce class sizes. As our community has grown, we are going to need more teachers to keep class sizes down. We need to pay them a living wage. They don't have to work a second job. We are going to burn them out because we're giving tax dollars to the vouchers and not our teachers in public schools. We are anticipating a budget shortfall in 2026 and 27. This doesn't make sense to continue to support a voucher program when we need funds for our public schools. So let's just try to work together to resolve this. I'm looking forward to the September 3rd town hall to clarify all my questions. But since there's so much going on and we're going to need another town hall to cover all these uncertainties, including the new board member being appointed. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Bill Hayes. No, Bill Hayes.
Oh, Hayes.
Hayes.
Sorry. Okay, I'm Bill Hayes, and I'm a local Sarasota resident. I just wanted to express my complete dislike for the voucher system. I'm totally in belief that the monies being used are in reality being stolen from public education. I never remember at any time having my tax dollars used for private education. It is absolutely ridiculous to know the dollars are being divvied up among the wealthy. We cannot continue to abuse a system with funding shortages. It is my belief that every county in the state of Florida should band together with a class action lawsuit and take back the dollars that were intended for public education.
Thank you.
Tamara Solom.
Was Bill Neese next, Miss? Oh. All right, thank you.
I know y'all look glassy-eyed, but hi there, how are y'all tonight? Okay, it went out. Good evening, Mr. Connor and school board members. My name is Tamara Solom. I'm coming before you today to express my deep concern about the budget cuts that are already impacting our most vulnerable school populations. I do not personally fault this board for the situation we are in. I truly believe that Mr. Connor, and with the support of this board, is trying his best to provide resources to our schools. But we are currently in a figurative five-alarm fire and trying to put it out with a bucket brigade. I do not think the Sarasota community realizes the serious impact the school voucher legislation has had on our public schools. The money being siphoned away from our schools is leaving our programming decimated. While there is so much distracting noise going on nationally, at the state and locally, we are missing the dire situation happening to our students and teachers in our own schools. Currently, Sarasota County serves approximately 8,000 students with disabilities. That's 16.6% of our school population. We have 9.4% of English language learners, approximately 4,200 students. Finally, 44.3% of our students are economically disadvantaged. That is 20,032 students. In recent discussions with school staff, I have learned that several on-site positions for ESE liaisons and ESOL coordinators have been eliminated, and professionals in those roles who have not moved to alternative positions or left the district have had to double and even triple their caseloads by serving students from 2 or more schools. The hardest hit are our Title I schools, where students with disabilities and English language learners can be as high as 27%. The school district is currently facing 50 ESE lawsuits where parents are alleging their students were not provided the necessary services as required by the... Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Neese.
Are we on? Yeah. I didn't have really much to say except sorry to see Tim go and move on. And I want to cut this short because it's late. Thank you.
Very nice. I'm glad you didn't say like you, Tim, short, but thank you.
Stephen Gafanti.
So, I realize most of you guys spent all evening talking about sex, but I'd like to talk about Terry Connor. He is an incredible leader. You guys took a ton of flack for putting him up there, but in his first year, he raised the reading level for third graders by 7%. That's about 1,000 kids. 1,000 kids who are reading at grade level and not giving up on learning to read at all. So thank you, Terry, for being such an extraordinary superintendent. It takes leadership. It takes this gentleman hearing everything that goes on and still focusing on the academics. And it's easy to get distracted, as you can see from tonight's display. I have to say thank you.
Thank you.
Julie Forrester. Barbara Vaughn.
It's late, and I still don't feel as bad as I look. There are two things that have happened on this board since the last time I was here that have made me very sad. I was very sad to hear that Tim Enos was leaving. Been such a good chair, and you were the E in our ZEM. And I just hate to see you go, Tim. You've done a great job. The second thing that makes me very sad is reading about Tom Edwards' new job. I don't know anything about Project Pride, but it does strike me as a probable conflict of interest with his position on the school board. I understand that his plan is to use school facilities to hold meetings during after-school hours. He's also been heard to say that he would bring woke back into our schools by working behind the scenes. That seems to be the plan here, and unless I find out differently, and I might, I will do whatever I can to stop it. Reading from 2 Peter chapter 2. But there were also false prophets among the people, just as there will be false teachers among you. They will secretly introduce destructive heresies, even denying the sovereign Lord who bought them, bringing swift destruction on themselves. Many will follow their depraved conduct and will bring the way of truth into disrepute. In their greed, these teachers will exploit you with fabricated stories. Their condemnation has over them, and their destruction has been slow.
Thank you.
Anya Dennison. Zaire Samudi. Okay. William Dobro.
I'm Dobro, Sarasota County resident. I'm glad that y'all were able to take that motion before a vote came, because I need to shoehorn in Polish Americans. Because when I was growing up, and I spent 12 years in school, both Catholic and public, there's a lot of Polak jokes going on. And I didn't think of being bullied at the time, but I guess I was bullied a few times every day. And out of school. Only time I wasn't bullied was when I was home. So yeah, if you could take that in consideration, that'd be great. Let's see. Oh yeah, the bullying. I spent 120 hours in Sarasota County school classrooms this past year. And the only bullying I saw, and I recognized it at the time, so I got past me, school, it was at the end of class, and really wasn't able to do anything other than console a second grader who burst out in tears as she was drawing a picture for her regular school teacher who I was standing in for. And I said, "What's up?" And she said, she called gay, and the person who called her gay took off. She was already out of the classroom. So I had to console her and say, "Hey, look, you're not gay. Don't worry about it." So that's all I've seen in the way of bullying. Can we get a nod toward heterosexuality? Because without it, none of us in this room would be here today. Thanks. Doing a great job. Good luck.
Thank you.
David Oakes.
My name is Dave Oakes. I'm a Sarasota County resident for the past 3 years. Mr. Connor, I attended my first Sarasota County School Board meeting in January 24. A segment of the meeting was focused on third grade reading scores. At a different meeting the following evening, I had the very good fortune of meeting Bill Neese, who was at the previous night's school board meeting. I introduced myself to Bill and asked, "What's the deal with third grade reading?" Bill Neese informed me of the alarming statistic that if a child cannot read at the third grade level, when in the third grade, they have a 50% chance of living in poverty. That was a complete shock to me. Bill further explained that fourth grade moves much faster, and once the student is sitting in the back row of his or her high school class, they may be so far behind, they drop out. I asked him, "What's the solution?" Without hesitating, Bill said, "Rocket Phonics." From Bill, I learned about the founder and CEO of Rocket Phonics, Dr. Stephen Gaffante. I believe you've met both these gentlemen. Last week, I listened to Robin Marinelli discuss your phenomenal leadership. There's no disputing the reading results you've achieved for Sarasota County schools. 2 minutes not allow me to do justice to this fantastic, life-changing program. In future school board meetings, I am going to briefly explain my experience as a two with Rocket Phonics. Let's make believers out of Rocket Phonics non-believers. If anyone can do it, you can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Posey.
Michelle Posey, God bless you guys for staying so long. I wanted to briefly talk about the motion that I know Edwards is taking with Pride SRQ. When I first heard of this, I really didn't think anything of it because a lot of us go after business promotions or climbing the corporate ladder, whether public or private. But what I did have an issue with, I just wanted to address it here, is when the Sarasota GOP called for your resignation, which I don't totally agree with, but it was your response. I'm going to read it here. You said, I'm actually baffled by the conflict of interest accusation. I don't see any other elected officials being called to resign from their jobs while they're serving as an elected official, just me, meaning you. So the only thing I can assume is that it's because I'm gay and working for an organization that has a lane of LGBTQ plus issues. This is what you said. So I'm assuming you still feel threatened, bullied, and all alone and being asked to resign, and that somehow it's because of the decisions you make in your private life. I'm assuming I'm correct. The problem with that statement, Mr. Edwards, is that it's not 100% truthful. In December of 2023, Mr. Edwards gave a statement to the Herald Tribune saying, and I'm quoting, Bridget Ziegler cannot any longer be near children or public policy. Why? Because of a matter in her private life. Edwards went on to become the first member of the Sarasota County School Board to call for Bridget Ziegler's resignation again because of a private life matter. You can like it or hate it, but what you can't do is spin the story to paint you as a victim when you literally are guilty of the same thing, Mr. Edwards. You see, I innately don't trust what you say because you have been caught embellishing and lying to your constituents. I just want to make sure here that we understand you were the first one to call for a school board member to resign due to a private matter. That makes you the aggressor. Also, everyone in this room who's ever called for a conflict of interest with Bridget Ziegler and her status with Moms for Liberty better now be calling for a conflict of interest with you working for an NGO. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
John Wilson.
John Wilson. Okay, let's go to race bias training. George Floyd on my first grader's computer. Trying to tell my third grader that she can grow a penis. Let's keep going. Hold on a minute. I got a couple more, and they're really good ones, too. Title IX, having the fastest boy in the state being the top girls athlete. And these are the people that are crying about vouchers. Everything that I just said is a reason why you would use your voucher. And those are your people over there crying about vouchers. The other thing is, Tom, watching. So go ahead, if I come down and I watch Project Pride, there's a 5-year-old having a dildo ring toss. I'm sorry, the look is terrible. So if you promote, then you need to go. You need to get stepping on out of here. The other thing about it is I just think that you guys should have solidified the whole language tonight. It was pretty embarrassing. Listen, I'm not putting it on one of you. I'm putting it on all of you. Terry, thanks for helping the kids read, because that's a big deal. Because we've been fighting that fight for about 7 years. Thanks.
Thank you.
Richard Arena.
Good evening, Richard Arenas, Sarasota County resident, 4 hours. And I have to say, I still think the board's doing a great job, but I'm very disappointed that you punted on 10-2 and 10-3 tonight. I think that was a mistake. We're wasting valuable time in future meetings when there are much more important things to talk about. I have basically thrown away the things I was going to talk about. I'm going to change gears a bit here. Talk a bit about the budget. I'm originally from the high-tech space where competition is key. You make a mistake and you're out. I realize vouchers are a two-edged sword, but they're competition. They keep the school systems good. There are some places where students graduate, quote unquote, from high school reading at a third grade level, if that. Social promotion. Vouchers, I believe, keep our public school system honest, and it makes sure that they're doing the best job possible. Also, want to talk a bit about the reduction. Yes, it's traumatic, and In tech, I ran a finance department. We used to run modern things. I'm assuming we have that here. Someone screwed up. I hope that person being held to account. Superintendent Connor, you're doing a good job. I'll give you a mulligan on this one. But I hope the model gets fixed and it doesn't happen again, because it shouldn't have been a surprise. I don't think. But 2 to 3%. I mean, being in the tech space, I've been in a situation where I get a call from the CEO saying you have to reduce your budget by 10 to 20% and do it right now. All right, that's the real world. So it's not all people. Yeah, some people get reduced, but it's often, you know, some little things, maybe conferences, whatever. It's manageable. We've got a great superintendent. We've got a great board. This is not an impossible project. So thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
The last speaker is Sebastian Martinez.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board, and sorry for taking a minute to get up here. I was texting my mom, told her I was going to call her after the meeting because she called me a couple times. Again, my name is Sebastian Martinez, and I actually wanted to be able to provide feedback on how to get more people to the town hall. I do appreciate that I've seen many of you make social media posts, and I always want to apologize to your communications team. I know they do a lot of really great work. But I do think that we can be doing more as a school district to help promote this more. As you know, with social media, sometimes you post things and algorithmically it's challenged. If you just scroll through your own social media posts, some posts you make get 200 likes, some of them get 20. And so doing more to make sure that you're reaching the families in that specific region for that town hall, I think would be a great step. The same way that this school district, I don't know how to say it, campaign for the referendum. I know you're capable of reaching a large mass of Sarasota County voters when you're asking for a referendum, of which I support. But I would like to see that same level of effort be taken to actually get feedback from your community members. Because I do think it's critical to be able to get that. And I think a lot of the time people just don't know what's going on. They rely on other people to tell them what's going on. And so second, I would like to ask for, and I'm sorry for a second town hall, because like you said, Mr. Connor, is that the last time we had one was towards the end of the last school year. That was before the federal funding freeze, before we saw state cuts to the budget, and now we're monitoring the 26 fiscal year budget. That was before we had now a new board member coming in. And so there's a plethora of issues that are constantly developing in the education policy landscape. And I think that having one town hall every couple of months isn't as effective. And so I would like to see another one scheduled aside from the one in September. Thank you for your time and good night.
Thank you. That concludes this portion, and we'll go on to member comments. We'll just go ahead from right to left to my right. Ms. Barker.
Well, thank you all for hanging in there with us. I appreciate that. I wanted to say I've really enjoyed the opportunity to serve with you, Mr. Enos. I don't know who's going to remind us about hurricane preparedness or to check our children's social media now. I'll try to take up the banner there, but thank you for what you've brought to this board. And I did want to address, yes, there is some uncertainty with the composition of the board as we will have a new member coming in, but I think it's important for us to not lose momentum and to not lose our focus and to set an expectation for ourselves and for this board member that we will continue to hold ourselves to a standard of making student-centered decisions. And so, I think that we can move forward as a board. I have the utmost confidence in us that we can do that. And I look forward to meeting this new person and wish you farewell.
Thank you. Ms. Marinelli?
Thank you. First of all, Mr. Connor, I have to ask, do we have 50 ESE lawsuits?
That's not correct. I'll defer to our legal counsel on that.
So we have a specific ESC lawyer who handles them, and so I couldn't speak to the specifics of them, but I see the raw data, and no, we don't have 50.
I didn't think so. That's the kind of information that gets out there that's not true, and I have to say that's due to the staff that's here, and because I remember a time when we might have had 50, And that has not been that way in the last 2 years, 2.5 years. So I just want that to go out, that we do not have 50 ESE lawsuits. Thank you. And then I appreciate everybody that has stayed and all your comments. And I really do listen. Might not always agree, but I always listen. But to end this, I want to, I'm not saying goodbye to my fellow board member. We've been a board member together. We've worked together many years. When you were with the Sheriff's Department, and I think you've been just a tremendous chair. You've kept everything calm in spite of some of us. You whisper to me, stay calm. So, and I am excitable, I can't help it, but I appreciate you very, very much, and I'm going to miss your calmness. And all I can hope is that for the few meetings that I will be chairing, that I will try to model you and stay calm. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll text you if I have to.
Yeah, you can.
Now I can. Ms. Ziegler, please.
Well, I want to thank you to everyone who came tonight, who endured it. But I really have to, my greatest appreciation is that we had members of the public highlight some amazing things that are focused on academics and reading, which is the core. I say it's the tide that lifts all ships, and the work that staff's doing, because it is tremendous. We've made extraordinary strides, and there was a lot of pushback when we dealt with change. And I became such a skeptic that I didn't know that there was a real leader that could actually move us the direction that Mr. Connor has, and I consistently try to highlight that. So I really do appreciate the members of the public to highlight that. I think what's so important is that is exactly what I want more people in this community to know, and had that be the beginning of the conversation, that would perhaps be what, and hopefully the press will cover that, because we talk about the financial crisis and vouchers, and I know a member of the public mentioned this, but there is a reality of, there are reasons people don't choose a school district, and a lot of it comes down to the environment and the culture, and it doesn't necessarily mean what their own specific philosophy is as a family, but they want their child to go and just focus on learning and not all the additional cultural things that we spent 4 hours basically talking about today. I am sorry that we weren't able to conclude with policies that I believe truly captured a strong intent, a revised focus, a fresh focus, without pitting different categories and people against one another. But and I stand by that, and I look forward to finalizing that. And I want to apologize to staff for not being able to move that across. But I feel too strongly about where I believe division has existed, and I think that it breaks my heart, because I want our students to be victorious and not be in this mindset of marginalization and feel like they're victims, because they can be resilient and overcome. And if we consistently push the mindset and the language of policies support that all kids, all students, all staff deserve to be in an environment where they can be successful without bullying and harassment, that's a major game shift and mind shift, actually, that's existed in the last decade across every school district across America. And so I just want to recertify where I strongly believe in the language that was initially presented, the work that our legal team and Mr. Parento did, because I believe it absolutely embodied what this district's all about, and that is all children. We say every student, every day. That is, in fact, what that policy meant. So I again, thank you to the members of the public who highlighted the great success that the staff and this superintendent's doing, because that's really what matters. And they do all the time, regardless of what happens in here. And I appreciate all of you for that. And finally, Mr. Enos, I am sad to see you go. I know your heart's in safety and security, and so and it being a priority, certainly. So I'm glad that you're not far away. But it's been an honor to serve with you. I believe you are a tremendous chair. You brought a very welcome sense of calm that was very much needed, and I hope that maintains. But I'll look forward to seeing you around and continue. So thank you for your service.
Thank you. Mr. Ripps?
Thank you. It's
very interesting to hear the public comments that were aimed at me right towards the end, because there are two things I want to talk about tonight, and those words are trust and integrity. And they are values that I hold very dear and near, and are important to the work I do every day as a school board member. And I think the people that are in this room that know me know I do work with trust and integrity top of mind for every student every day. But I am sorry to lose Mr. Enos as a board member. I thought he did an outstanding job as a chair. He brought levity to the environment often that was difficult, and probably will continue to be difficult because of the politics and the hypocrisy around the politics that is even more. I sit here and I listen to it and I think I must be on another planet, but I digress. Because as qualified as Mr. Enos is, and he certainly is, and I knew him from the very beginning when I got here as the chief, and he's an outstanding official, law enforcement, outstanding, top of the line. But trust and integrity, I'm not as joyful, to be honest, that Mr. Enos is going into that job. I have mixed emotions about it, and I'm still not resolved. And I need to be transparent and explain why. From the time that I'd known Mr. Enos, I know positively that he approached Dr. Asplin for the position he's getting. I know that there were rampant rumors in the community that had Dr. Foster been chosen over Mr. Connor, that he was going to get this position. And the very first phone call that I had with Mr. Connor when he signed his contract but hadn't been sworn in that conversation, among many things, I warned him that the likelihood was that Mr. Enos wants that job. So for the years that I've been working with Mr. Enos as a school board member, I have known that this has been something that's been in the offing. And I feel bothered by that. And I think it should have been significantly more transparent. And I'll tell you, I have friends in the community from both sides of the aisle. I have friends in the school district. So I hear lots of things that are going on, including the fact of when Mr. Enos was resigning and that Mr. Connor had hired him. But I want you to know how I officially found out. For 2 years, I've been working closely with Mr. Connor about the integrity of the SRO department, and people know how I feel about safety and security. Mr. Enos knows how I feel about safety and security. We've been in a ton of executive committee meetings, and I spent hours with Mr. Connor about how we can improve it, how we can find the right people in the job, how we can improve the morale. I'm not even going to go into all of the details, but this past Tuesday, I was asked to come into the school district to meet with Mr. Connor. I already knew what the topic was because I had heard it in advance. But I told Mr. Connor from a heartfelt place that I'm not sure how I feel about this. I need to think about it, and I'll get back to you. That was the truth. That's what I said to him. The release went out went out the next morning, which means that before I, as a school board member, was notified, the HR department knew, the communications department knew, and the cabinet knew. And so, for all of the work about trust and integrity that we have here, That's how I was respected in my job, with the care and concerns that I brought to that conversation for 2 years. Lastly, I want to say that I trusted Mr. Enos when he was the school board chief, when he was the chief. But here's what I saw the day he was sworn in. He went to the podium, and in 2021, you saw what happened here today was mild of what people said to me, what they feel comfortable to say to me. They comfortably say things to Mrs. Ziegler, too, that are inappropriate. But they comfortably, but in those days, it wasn't as mild-mannered as what I heard today. What I heard was that I had vile slurs. My husband was harassed. The LGBTQ plus community was harassed. It was 2021. There were Proud Boys in the room, and Ms. Enos and I and the cabinet were in many executive sessions talking about the very people that were, some of them which were still in the room tonight speaking. And Mr. Enos thanked them by name at his swearing in. By name, he thanked them. And left that podium and went over and fired or started the process to fire a superintendent. And to be honest with you, at this particular point in time, I love Mr. Connor. He's doing a fantastic job. And it doesn't matter to me anymore about how, who would have done a better job. Dr. Asplin got hired unanimously. I'm very satisfied with the directions that Mr. Connor is going. But what I saw was trust and integrity that I had put in Mr. Enos go right out the window because I was bullied. People were bullied in this room, and Mr. Enos thanked those people. So when you ask me, do I have trust and do I think Mr. Enos is going to do a good job credentialed? 100%. That's why I was paying so much attention to those words in the policy, because he voted 100% in lockstep with an extremist agenda with the ZEM board that is contrary to what we all want in Sarasota. And so I do believe that we're moving in the right direction. And I want to believe that Mr. Enos has everyone's best interest in heart, but I'm not as excited as everyone else. And I will be paying very close attention to the SROs, that department, to make sure, because what is most important is, yes, academic achievement and all of the academic outcomes that we care so much about. But folks have to feel safe, whether they're an employee or a student. And that's what I ran on, a safe, high-achieving academic environment for all students. I yield back the floor.
Mr. Nelly?
Well, I don't even know what to really make of that and say of that, except that I'm really sorry, Mr. Enos, that you had to hear that on your last time on the board. And I just need to remind every board member what our role is. We evaluate, hire, or fire a superintendent. And the budget and policy. No superintendent has to tell any of us, any position, that he wants to hire. Superintendent Connor is the only one who's ever, when I was working and even on the board, lets us know. And he doesn't have to. He does not need our approval who he wants to hire. And he's done a phenomenal job of who he has hired. So we've heard this, and I was told, what can I do to help you be successful? To a previous superintendent, and I was told to stay in my lane. I'm like, great, but what is that? I know what my lane is, but what do you want me to do? So Mr. Connor, out of respect for all of us, he calls us one-on-one. And yes, Zem took a life of its own, but the whole purpose was there were 3 people that were up, and it was a way for voters to know who we were. If you want to make it a political thing, have at it. But I have to say, when I was in the restroom and we put a speaker in the restroom so we could hear what was going on, so I heard everything while I was in the restroom, and I was praying I could get done fast enough to get out here and be part, I could do a vote. But talking about one board member that posts on social media, you do too, Mr. Edwards. I don't, and I won't. So this tit for tat has got to stop. And it's very frustrating to me that we have the one person that was able to keep the levity. I have a feeling Ms. Barker will be able to do that. I don't know, you might get tested, but I think you could. But the hypocrisy that I hear every time on this dais, and it's just like, it's like child's play. So it's got to stop. If we're going to truly work at a board and get things done, it has to stop. And I feel very badly, Tim, that you had to hear that, because in my opinion, it was inappropriate and not fair.
Ms. Ziegler.
Thank you. I agree. I think timing is everything. And knowing when to say what. But I also reject so many assertions. And perhaps that's what one board member's experience was, but not mine. I have seen lots of superintendents. I've seen lots of board members. And I can tell you the ones that micromanage, we all hear about who they are. We also hear about board members that treat superintendents really poorly. To the point where staff actually hears them yelling at them so loudly. So the tit for tat, let me just make very clear to the community, we're here to do work. And if you want to play that game and play the victim, that you're always the one being cast out and called names, and you go out and call half our community Nazis, or call us fascists, or make fun of moms that are focused. I mean, we could keep going on and on. I pick and choose my battles because we've got stuff to do here. And to end like this, well, I think it just speaks way more about you, Mr. Edwards, than it does even remotely about Mr. Enos. And I'm so honored to have been able to work with you.
Well, I'll go ahead and I'll say the one thing that really disappoints me is that I've always, at the end of the day, I've always treated everybody with the same level of respect, integrity, and I've shown that through my 32 years in law enforcement, and I've shown that in my 3 years here. And when I ended up being sworn in and campaigned, I also had worked with the superintendent for 3.5 years, and I had my own opinions on what I thought, and I had made sure that I was trying to be and take the high road as I've always done in here. So I'm not going to go anything but other be professional and take the high road and let you know that when I was the chief of police in here, and I did all that time, when I left in 2022 in January of 10th, we were #1 rated by Niche as the #1 safest school district out of 67 counties. We've also had 6 chiefs in 7 years. I didn't ask for the job, Mr. Edwards. Mr. Connor offered me the job. I didn't ask. I didn't ask the last time. I didn't ask for Ms. Foster. I was done being the chief of police at that time because I had done everything that I could do, which I could, do other than get us to number one, which is what we did when I left, and it was announced, I think, in March. I've always taken care of you. I've also taken care of anybody who's come in here, as many of your constituents have pointed out, as well as I would say. I feel like I'm very upset that you would say something like that, because the information isn't accurate. And you want to check in and verify it with Mr. Connor, I'd be more than happy to let you know. Because I've always respected you, because I understand that you have differing opinions, but I've always, at the end of the day, I've done what I had to do in order to make the opinions which I had from being a parent, from being here, from graduating here. I've had 3 kids who graduated here, and be invested in this community for the last 45 years. So with that, I would tell all the citizens that at the end of the day that I will do everything I can in order to keep our kids safe, because the only reason I'm stepping down on the board, and it took me almost 2 weeks to give Mr. Connor the answer, was because I wanted to make sure it was accurate, because I had also applied at many other places. And I was in consideration of the finals, because what is my heart and what I do the best isn't being a board member. It's basically is protecting people. And my resume shows that. And to have it anything to be sullied, to be able to say that somehow this is orchestrated, or somehow there was some nefarious reasons that I was here and that I was rooting for stuff. But I made sure that one of the things that I always look for is to make sure that we were doing everything we can do to keep kids safe. And I've had board members excited and overjoyed that it was happening, because they know that when I go back into there, that it's going to be consistent, it's going to be fair, it's going to be the highest level, and we're going to be the best that we can in the state of Florida, because I've always lived by that. And that is the reason I'm going back, and no other reason, because I've always protected, and I'd stand by my 22 years of service in protecting almost 500,000 students in this district during that time period. And that's what I would continue to say. So I'm sorry that you have that information. It's misinformation. You can verify it as much as you would like. In reference to the Proud Boys and all of that, that's, at the end of the day, whatever ends up happening is I've always had integrity, and always had, and I've always made sure that I've maintained that no matter what was going on in here at any point in my career. And that's what I'm leaving for, is to go back and to do that, because that's where ultimately where my heart is, and where I know that I can do the best service to all of us, including the staff, as well as you and the rest of the board, because I truly enjoyed everything, and I'm really disheartened that you would say things like that, because they're not true. And I do appreciate everybody on the board. I appreciate Ms. Barker. I appreciate Mr. Dugan. And we're going to all continue to work together and make sure that we have to do whatever we do to make sure we have a high-valued school resource officer program, because we are the 3rd full-service program, which is the one that I created. And with all of that, I'd say is I would say that as we continue to move forward, I appreciate, I see Mr. Superintendent is there. And I would just conclude by my piece is just saying is, I appreciate everybody's support, and I've always tried to do and make the best decisions as possible. Mr. Connor, please.
Yeah, I just want to take an opportunity, because there were some allusions to this being a prearranged situation. And I want to be clear that, hey, when I walked in the door, some of the things that Mr. Edwards said that were floating in the rumor mill were things that I heard. And I want to tell you, in 2 years, I've met with Mr. Enos and every one of these board members at least every 2 weeks. On the phone, probably once a week. And we have talked hours and hours and had many interactions over that time. And the only thing that Mr. Enos ever brought to me were maybe things about the police department that were reported to him that needed to be passed along to the superintendent, obviously to engage in whatever actions needed to be taken. Never once in 2 years has Mr. Enos uttered a word that he should be the chief. He could take the job. He could do it better, but only provided feedback about recommendations that were either brought to him or based on his previous experience, what had worked in the past. When I walked in the door, there was an interim in place, probably for about 12 months. and then for another 6 months after I got here. We went through a search nationally. We had several applicants. We ended with Chief Ruiz, who for that time being fulfilled the mission, but was temporary, did not last but a year. I know what the applicants were in that pool at the time. This is not an easy job to fill. And so when I looked, just for me as an observant person, to see the resume, the experience, the relationships here in Sarasota County, the previous accolades that have been brought upon this agency in the past, and all of the feedback that I've received through community members that I've talked to, there was no question to me that I didn't need to do another search. That we had the right person right here who had the heart, who still had the energy and the fire to do the work. And I asked Mr. Enos, would he fulfill that role? And like he said, it took him about 2 weeks to figure that out. But ultimately, he came to that conclusion. And in the course of events, that's when I turn around and obviously make communications with the board. And that's the chain of events. And I want to be clear that the community knows there's no prearrangement. Tim Enos is the man for the job, in my opinion. And that's my responsibility, is to hire this position. And I think we got the right person who's going to do a fantastic job. And I'm appreciative that you are taking the sacrifice of being an elected official and stepping away from that, because that is not easy. And to fulfill a greater responsibility, which is the safety and security of our students. And I'm thankful for you taking that position.
Thank you. Mr. Edwards?
So I want to reiterate that I know that Mr. Enos is credentialed. And frankly, if the conversation that Mr. Connor just shared with the public was the conversation that happened between he and I, because that is not what I've been led to believe. I would not be sitting here fabricating. I've never done that. I don't intend to do that. And I wasn't ever saying that Mr. Enos didn't do a good job, but my concern has been where things that happened politically and how votes got happened or got cast, and how the alignment of people who were cruel, not just to me, but to Dr. Asplin, to other people in our school board room, and that was okay. And that's where the trust and integrity, and why I've been so cautious about how to interact as a school board member, because I don't always, and the word hypocrisy gets thrown around here like it's only ever me. I got to tell you, there's plenty of it to go around, if you ask me. So I want to close my comments by saying that I still have my concerns. The deal is done, and yes, the superintendent does have the responsibility to hire and fire. But up to this moment in time, it was always a discussion before the trigger was pulled, no pun intended. Not this time. And that's what felt weird in all of the conversations that I had and the processes that Mr. Enos had demonstrated, from the support that he cast for people that were clearly on the bullying side of things. So I'm going to say that I'm going to wipe the slate clean. I can't live with myself if I'm not offering my transparency to this process, and I'm hoping for its great outcome.
The next monthly work session is scheduled for Tuesday, September 9th at 3 p.m., followed by a special public hearing regarding the Welland Park High School redistricting. And then the next regular board meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, September 16th at 6 p.m. And for the final time as your chair, this meeting's adjourned.